Good morning, and it's a cool and breezy welcome. Good morning, and it's a cool and breezy welcome to the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship Round 3 here at the Mobility Resort, Motegi, Japan. Now, before I recap what happened yesterday and what's going to come for today, I just want you guys to take in the beautiful sight and the view that we have behind us. On the outside there, you can see the oval, the ring, where this amazing circuit got its name back in the day, the twin ring. This is the main ring that used to host IndyCar. And on the inside of it, we see turn 1 that runs down all the way down here to turn 3, and it flips into the first tunnel section. And if we just spin our way over here, right there in the distance where it says Honda Techno Fort, that is the final tunnel before the flippy region of the last turns. That's going to be really the decision maker. And over here we have the pits, the trailers, and the main grandstand. So what happened yesterday in practice? In practice, in the ASB 1000s, it was quite a show from Yuki Kuni, who absolutely dominated practice 1 and practice 2. Timing-wise, he was way ahead of the rest. But in practice 3, Sho Nishimura showed up, Hafiz Sharin got his pace, and so did the likes of Azan Shah Kamarazaman. Day 2 is going to be interesting. We have qualifying and race 1, so it's going to be a different story again. Super Sports 600, Kengo Nagao, the wild card from Japan, was once again so impressive, and we know him from a previous WSBK wildcard, and he's bringing that talent now to the ARC paddock. In the 250s, it's a fight between Ferozi Torretikula, Hurjan Adnafridas, and Kiana Ramadipa as well, coming in really strong. Forgot to mention the 250 star that's now in 600, Veda Ega, he's getting his way around this Motegi circuit. In the Underbones, once again, it's a fantastic battle as it always is, but it's not been so straightforward, so it's going to be interesting to see what happens in qualifying 1, 2, and in Super Bowl, because that's going to pretty much give us an indication of how the race pace is going to be. And then finally in the TVS, we have exciting names once again. Zen Matani is a wildcard here. He's teammate to Hiroki Ono in the Japan JPGP3. And he's been super impressive, but Hiroki Ono still dominant. Will Hiroki's dominance end in Motegi? We'll find that out in a short few minutes, because we're going to head to qualifying on the track here at Motegi. We'll catch you guys on track.
And let me add my greetings to those of Daniel from down in pit lane. He'll be joining me shortly in the commentary box. We have a really packed schedule for you today, and perhaps particularly this morning, with qualifying sessions for all classes. First out on track are the Underbones. Their qualifying is actually split into 3 sessions. This is qualifying 1. So these are the riders that qualified below P12 yesterday. So they are going to fight for the 2 places remaining in qualifying 2. And then later this morning we will see the top 10 from qualifying 2 go through to a Super Pole shootout. So busy morning for the Underbone riders. Following Underbones, we'll be going for 2 sessions with the TVs Asia One-Make Championship. And then there'll be straightforward qualifying sessions for the Idemitsu 50s, Super Sport 600s, and the ASB 1000s. Lots of action yesterday, lots to talk about. But just to recap where we are in the Underbone, well, we missed, as probably most of you will be aware, we missed the 2nd race in Zhuhai, which called off due to bad weather. The intervention of local authorities in the interests of safety. So this is the 4th, this will be the 4th and 5th race of the season here at Motegi. And again, as Daniel said, just being here is pretty special. Just about every camera shot you can see has got this amazing forest and mountainous background. The circuit design itself is absolutely stunning and makes for great racing. And as Daniel joins me, we both live in tropical hot country, so it's really refreshing to be here in the mountain air. Temperatures peaking at around the mid-20s. It's an absolute luxury. There you can see one of the iconic sights of this Motegi circuit as the bikes this time very slowly trundle their way down to turn 11. And then down they go through under the bridge, and then swing right for the final complex that leads them out onto the home straight out of Victory Corner. There will be some battles there, you can be sure. So a couple of riders now getting down to business. This is just a 10-minute session. Already we've got through 3.5 minutes of that. So now it's business time as they get onto their first flying lap. And down goes for the third time this weekend Afif Amran, the number 50 for Pittsbike One Way JRT. So he's down in the gravel again. Not sure where that was, but not a great weekend for Afif Amran. For a start, he's in qualifying 1, which you wouldn't have expected, and you also wouldn't have expected such an experienced and quick rider to have dropped it 3 times over the course of the weekend. So the riders on track there are some really good quality racers here. They include championship leader and the defending champion Nasrul Izzat in qualifying 1. So is Fazrul Sham for Cardinals, the number 11, just going up the inside there of Alif Daniel Masri, and riding together with Faris Putra, his teammate. That's the 33 and the 11. 311 to 33, so those are easy ones to remember. And just on the back of them is the exciting Filipino rider John Emerson in Guito. Again, surprising to see John down in qualifying 1. But we know that Underbone 150s are full of surprises. We'll have to wait still a little longer before the first flying lap is complete. But these are the riders that are initially getting down and trying to set some lap times. 5 minutes remaining. What came out of the free practice yesterday for you, Daniel, in this category?
Yeah, I think other than the names that we usually expect to perform, I think what was surprising is the riders who didn't perform, such as Nasrul Izzat, even Wayaji was struggling for quite a bit. Aditya Fauzi's teammate though, however, still always fighting at the top. As you mentioned, John Emerson, another one, and Faris Putra, Afif, these are all names that we expected to go straight into Q2, but it's not been the most straightforward story for a lot of the top riders in this class.
Yeah, I didn't even mention Gupita Krishna.
Another one, yeah.
Another one who is, you could say, out of position. They're back in the pits. That's Afif Amran. I wonder what has been his issues this weekend. Really out of character. But the way it's looking, he's going to be starting from some way back, well, the back of the grid basically. With no time recorded. There are just over 3.5 minutes remaining. There goes Faris Putra, number 33. 22 is John Emerson Guito. Followed by 63. Arif Musa.
Decent first lap from Amirul Arif. He's a rider with plenty of experience under his belt. Just started racing professionally again a few seasons back. It's impressive from him. SEK putting their faith in his hands.
Yeah, he did at the stages yesterday look really promising, but here he is having to earn his way into qualifying 2 if he can do that. Best time so far is with Gupita, and that is 2 minutes 18.422. That's just 3/10 quicker than Amarol, who's on your screen right now and getting very out of shape, but hanging on to it. So the next lap isn't going to be a quick one, so he will only get one more flying lap, I predict. And there, for the first time, we can see the big number 1 on the front of that Boomer Racing Yamaha of defending champion, Nazrul Izzat. First time around, he was in the low 219s. And
oh, is that Gubita?
Couldn't see who that was in that moment.
Not to put concern in anyone's ears, but it looked like Gubita's bike, so that's unfortunate if it is Gubita, but he is currently sitting at the top. Just to throw some credit, I will say the last time we did see him was in 2015, back when Underbone was 130cc. He finished second in the championship, right behind Wagiwaji.
Yeah, those riders just going through there. Change the timing screen a little bit. Gubita still at the top. Faris Putra is second, but the times are really tight. The first 5 are in the 218s, half a second between the first 5, so this is not done and dusted yet. That will definitely be the last time around, which will, I think, be this lap.
Yeah, that was Gubita that went down that we saw earlier, so it's just Gubita's teammate John Emerson on track still. Faris Putra here in frame. He's riding alone, he has no slipstream on this lap. A little bit further behind him is John.
A little bit of practice for Super Pole later, perhaps, if he makes it through. But currently it's Gubita and Faris Putra provisionally going through to Q2, which will follow just a few minutes after this session finishes. The checkered flag will come out in 45 seconds from now.
He's not riding without slipstream, and it's going to be a challenge for him. Such a long circuit, 4.8 kilometers, and plenty of elevation, plenty of wind as well. Crossing the track will affect these Underbone timings.
Just toughing it out there at the front. Behind him, he's got Alif Daniel. There's Faris Putra. Now that's him going under the bridge for the last time, because the checkered flag is out right now to bring this 10-minute session to an end. Now he's got the long drag up, and this is going to be fascinating for the race this afternoon. Long drag from turn 14 to the finish line. There he goes.
As a solo lap, that wasn't bad at all, but
yeah, that's put him out of contention for qualifying 2. John Emerson Gito has gone to the top. Is there anybody left to come through? So it looks like teammates, 4S1N teammates, John Emerson Gito and Gubita Krishna have done their team proud. They'll be going through to qualifying 2.
It was a decent solo lap from Faris without any slipstream, but ultimately he needed a faster lap time on that one. John Emerson and Gubita, despite that early fall, he managed to maintain in second place now.
Yeah, it's just a few hundredths of a second between Gubita and Faris. Ahmed Fazlul Sham missed it, but the timings were really tight. Nazrul Izzat qualified, well, was 6th in that session. What are we looking at here?
Fans already in attendance. Good to see you.
Well, why wouldn't you come here on a gorgeous day like this in such a gorgeous location? But let's just look at those results. Fastest was John Emerson Ngito, 2:17.583. His 4S1M teammate, Gubita Krishna, 2-times champion, will be joining him in qualifying 2 in just a few minutes from now. Just missing out was Faris Putra, who did look good on that Cardinals factory racing team. Ahmed Fazlul Sham, his teammate, was 4th. 5th, Admiral Arif Musa, 6th. The defending champion and championship leader Nazrul Izzat, Alif Daniel, was 7th and 8th, with no time recorded because he crashed early in the session. Ahmad Afif Amran. So qualifying 2, those bikes will be coming back now, and qualifying 2 will begin in just 5 minutes from now. But before that, let's just have another look at what happened in that quick helter-skelter qualifying 1 session. Yeah, the bike's first out on track, as we often see and pretty much always see on Saturday mornings. The Underbones break the silence for the first time, and there, I think that was on his outlap, was Fazrul Sham dumping it in the gravel, and therefore putting himself at the back of the starting order for this afternoon. Alif Daniel Masri showed up pretty well throughout the session, gaining experience there. And there is the number 23, double champion, Gubita Krishna. So at the half, well, we saw a huge moment there from Daniel Arif Musa, and we were waiting to see what Nazrul Izzat would do. Here you can see him leading Fazrul Sham. That was the end of, whose session was that? Oh, that was Gubita, he did crash. Gubita goes through, but he's going to need to repair his bike. So we got into the later stages. These guys are running together. Number 22 just going through there on your screen. John Emerson Ngito. Cardinals. Faris Putra did his final lap on his own. And as Daniel said, he did do a really decent job of a solo lap, but it wasn't good enough quite by a few hundredths of a second to take him through to qualifying 2. So it was John Emerson Ngito and Gubita Krishna who will go through to qualifying 2 in just 5 minutes' time. So we're going to take a breather and a short break, and we'll be back in exactly 5 minutes with qualifying 2. Plenty to look out for there, so stay with us. We're at Motegi circuit for round 3 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu.
After a brief break, it's welcome back to Mobility Resort Motegi. It's Saturday morning here for ARRC round 3, and that means it's qualifying. This is the second session of the morning, and coming out onto the track now are the Underbone 150s, who have qualified for the second qualifying session. So there are 14 bikes on track, the fastest 14 so far, based on combined practice times yesterday. And the two 4S1M machines who came through from qualifying session 1 just a few minutes ago. Those being Gubita Krishna and John Emerson and Gito. Gubita crashed after setting his quick lap, so we're not better look out for him, Daniel, see if he is coming out.
It's not. Yeah. Just looking at the timing screens. We have a marker here that says whether the rider has come out, and he has not yet.
Yeah, there's very little margin for error here. Looking down pit lane, we don't.
I think there's like a commotion out there, so I think.
Yeah, this is a 10-minute session. We're already under 8 minutes remaining. So nervous times. Oh, and there's a rider down there.
Trying to LFNH Quattro bikes.
Yeah, that's Murabil or.
Oh no, this is Felix Putra. That is unfortunate for Felix. And oh, I think he's hurt himself. He's holding his wrist, so that's unfortunate for Felix. Young talent on the rise for LFNH Putra in Indonesia. We saw him for the first time in 250s last season in Mandalika. So he's joining us for a full season this year, and that's unfortunate for him.
Yeah, hopefully that's just a knock, nothing more serious than that. So we've got one down and one in the pits.
There's a lot of people outside of the Underbone garage. I think that would be Gupita's garage.
Yeah. Meanwhile, out on track, we've got a Underbone lap 1 trundle, exciting lap trundle going on, which is amazing because we've only got just over 6.5 minutes remaining in this session, so there will be literally 2 flying laps done to decide the top 10, and that's important because the top 10 will go through to the Superpole shootout a bit later this morning. But there we are, it's impossibly slow. It seems they're running at the moment.
It's just a sightseeing lap.
Yeah, we're sitting here in the commentary box shaking our heads. I suspect that race control are doing the same thing. But yeah, they're only going fast enough to stay upright, basically.
I mean, these riders are used to getting the warnings from race control saying that no waiting around, get on with business. And again, look at the amount of time we have left. We have less than 6 minutes now on in qualifying 2.
Yeah.
They need to get this on with. And yeah, this is another issue. If you let your bike coast for too long, it's not going to get much cooler. And looks like Shafiq Rosli with a slight issue there.
Yeah, he's looking around there. John Emerson and Gito just in front of him, the number 22. Yeah, he's decided
this is ridiculous.
That he needs to get on with it. And so does Wayuaji Trilaksana. So, yeah. Okay, they're speeding up, Daniel. You can look again now. So the 2 bikes to really get their heads down first are the 2 Racetech 60 machines of Wayuaji Trilaksana and the brilliant youngster coming into his team, Aditya Fauzi. And the story of the championship, just while we wait for these guys to speed up a little bit, is that after 3 races, we've got 13 points separating the top 9 in the standings. Looking there at number 13, Akid Aziz, we expect a lot from him. We know his quality. Shafiq Rosli is just riding through pit lane like he's got all the time in the world. We call 4.5 minutes all the time in the world. But there is Akid Aziz. He's putting his head down and will be putting in a flying lap.
And Akid's one of the few riders without a proper slipstream in front of him, so we're doing this lap with the majority of it alone, unless he's going to slow down again and try and find someone behind him. For now, we have the front here. Giancarlo Marusio. Wayaji in this pack behind him. That's Masato Fernando behind Wayaji. Oof, Masato going off wide down to the rumble strip.
Yeah, in free practice yesterday, there were some good team performances. Wayaji's Race Tech 60, he came through well. Idemitsu FIM was actually quicker than him for much of the day. So Race Tech 60 were one of the quick teams. Yamaha LFN HP 969 Indonesia racing team, they had a really good day. They topped on combined times. They topped the 2 sessions yesterday. Also coming through well was Team One for All Wonder Vacations with Pirapong Peng and Dimas Julie Admoko. So some good team performances we've seen so far. So let's have a look at what we've got here. Dimas Julie is in there. Dimas Julie is the number 202. You can see just at the back of those 3. At the front is Murabil Vitoni, 157. And running along with them is Rekat Yusuf. So these 3 getting down to it. Counting down, there's just over 2.5 minutes remaining. Gets the entry to turn 1 all wrong. So he's trundling, but if he keeps trundling at that kind of speed, he won't get another flying lap in. Oh, and there is one of the LFN machines down just after I put the commentator's curse on them, saying what a good team job they've been doing. Couldn't see which rider that was.
If I'm not mistaken, that was Murabil. Just now we saw him with an issue. He pulled he went off the gas, pulled aside. So it might be unfortunate, premature end to Murabil's qualifying. I mean, there's a time remaining.
Yeah,
definitely will be.
As we finally got a proper flying lap, it was Pirapong Peng who was the quickest. We've got more riders coming through now. Dimas Julie for Team One for All. Great performance from him. Although they have Indonesian and Thai riders, it's a Japan-based team owned by Wichiwi no less, so plenty of insight to what they're going to need to tune these engines just right, because they need top speed, they need reliability. You need to be a really skillful tuner to get it right here.
This is just John Emerson posting then. Yeah, well, John doesn't have any time left. That was the only lap that he had, so John's qualifying is pretty much over, but looks good. He's just looking around the track, still looking for slipstream. They wasted way too much time when they came out of pit lane, just coasting around, sightseeing.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear here who's doing the good work. Well, it's Dimas Julie at the top. His teammate Pirapong is 3rd.
Oh, big moment there. That was for Fami Bassam, I believe.
Yeah, Bassam currently 2nd quickest.
It's wild from him on the exit there. He's really pushing.
Yeah, there is Wayaji. Good shot of the right green number 60 Yamaha for Race Tech 60. Wayu's own team, of course, and there is his teammate, brilliant Idemitsu FIM. He was 4th on combined times. But so much promise in this rider.
Well, actually, the riders that we have left on track, we already have a top 10 for Super Bowl, because Murabil Vitoni we saw had a bike issue. Felix Putra crashed out early on. Shafiq Rosli as well, we saw him have an issue. So the top 10 is secure for Super Bowl.
Yeah, it is. And these riders going through now and taking the checkered flag. Haha, I just called Idemitsu FIM brilliant. Well, and he's just gone to the top. The brilliant Fami Bassam has replaced him, and Dimas Julie has gone back up. Oh, this is wonderful.
It's all turning upside down again. So Dimas Julie, he dropped down a few places, went straight to the top with a 2:15.991. It's really good lap time.
That's a fantastic time, yeah.
And Akid Aziz just finding himself into the top 3. So Akid looking like he's getting more into the groove now.
Yeah, the best time set in those 30-minute sessions yesterday was 2:15.7, so that's brilliant. on just basically one or two flying laps for Dimas Juli. Brilliant work. His teammate Pirapong will be safe. He looks like being ninth. Kid Aziz came up into third. So inevitably everything happened within the last couple of laps. There was no showing for Gupita Krishna. Murabil went out too early to record a time. John Emerson crashed before he put in a decent time. And there we see the race control car going out to just check where some of the riders have gone off. Stopped in pit lane, I'm not sure. Or pit lane entry. So there's a shot, it's all gone quiet for a little while. We'll take another look at that helter-skelter session in just a few moments. And there are the results. So, right at last knockings, Dimas Juli at Moco for Team One for All Wonder Vacations, recording that fantastic 215.991. Second, Fahmi Bassam for LFN H Putra. Akid Aziz came up from pit strike one way to qualify third. Fourth was Aditya Fauzi. Fifth, Rekat Yusuf. Sixth, Wayu Aji. Seventh, Shafiq Rosli. And eighth, Masato Fernando, who's, after a couple of early difficult rounds, is coming through really well now. Pirapong Nuibin-Peng, he's safe for Team One for All Wonders Vacations. Giancarlo Maurizio, winner last time out for Uma Racing Philippines, is 10th. And missing out on Super Pole is John Emerson and Gito, Murabil Vitoni and Felix Putra Mulia. So we'll have a look at the highlights of that. And that is your shot from turn one, looking down. The spring flowers, the dandelions, barely hanging on there. And here we go. It was a very slow start to the session. Not a surprise, but perhaps a little frustrating. Straight down went Felix Putra for Yamaha LFN. So nothing being recorded for him. Murabil Vitoni was pushing, but it wouldn't end well for him either. He had a problem at turn one a little bit later on. But he's been followed here by Dimas Juli, who had a fantastic session there. And running with him was Rekat Yusuf. And there goes Murabil Vitoni with a mechanical problem. Hopefully that will be fixed. And there, back with the rider who would end up on top, Dimas Juli at Moco for Team One for All Wonder Vacations. Wayu Aji Trilaksana had a steady but good enough session. Teammate Aditya Fauzi a little bit quicker than his boss. He would end up fourth fastest, so he will go with the second group in Super Pole a little bit later. And there is Aditya Fauzi on the easiest to spot bike in the Underbone field. And so it was Dimas Juli to end up on top, just ahead of Fahmi Bassam for LFN H Putra. Akid Aziz was third. And we're going to take a short break. Daniel has got somebody to talk to, I believe, in pit lane, so we'll come back to him as soon as they're ready. But we're going to take a short break and come back with the first of two qualifying sessions for the TVs Asia One Make Championship. So stay with us. We're at Mobility Resort Motegi for round 3 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and shift like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemi.
Down here, Yamaha Racing Indonesia with Ferozi Teratikula. So Ferozi, it's been a good weekend for Yamaha, but it's a new circuit for a lot of riders. How do you find Motegi so far?
Yeah, for the Motegi, I first time in here. Yeah, first time in here in Motegi. In Motegi, circuit is very nice. But I like in Motegi. In Motegi, there's only high speed corner and low speed corner and a hard braking point and up and down from the track. Yeah, I like this circuit.
So we know the introduction of the Yamaha R3 has brought new life into the championship for Yamaha. How do you see this season going so far into this weekend?
Yeah, for me, I stay focused from here from round 3, and for championship, I'm second position, and I hope in the Motegi in round 3, I be better for the championship, and I hope the champion for the this year.
Last question before the rest of the riders head out. Next run is Mandalika. How's the preparation going in for the next run? Is your mind there already, or is it just here now?
Yes, for the Mandalika, in every week, I training in Mandalika, and I'm yeah. I feel good from the Mandalika, and I hope in Mandalika I good position and better for the championship, and see you in Mandalika.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the race today. Down here at the Bunsu Honda Racing Garage with Sharfid and Azman. So we know that you've had Moto3 experience here in the previous season. How do you feel so far on a production bike this time here?
I feel quite different than last year. So yeah, we know that this is a production bike. So I still keep fighting to find the best setup for me. And also yesterday I had struggling with the bike. So we know what we need to do for today. So let's see what I can do.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the race today.
Thank you.
That dandelion is being disturbed by the third free practice session of the day. That's the rumble of the 310cc single-cylinder TVS Asia one-make championship machines joining the track. This is the third of 4 quick-fire 10-minute qualifying sessions today. We've seen the Underbones in qualifying 1 and qualifying 2, and we'll be seeing the top 10 from qualifying 2 a little bit later for their Super Pole shootout for the first 10 positions. But now we've got qualifying 1A, as it's known, for the TVS Asia one-make championship, and this is for the riders who finished from places 9 down to 15. And surprisingly, perhaps, the ninth qualifier yesterday was the defending champion Motegi Mohammed. And additionally, equally surprisingly perhaps, was that he's joined by Vorapong Malahuan, who started this project and was the 2022 champion. You can see the riders getting some heat into their tyres on the warm-up lap. I have to say that contrasts with the early couple of laps done by the Underbones earlier this morning. We are at Mobility Resort Motegi for this round 3 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. It's a fantastic circuit, and just as I say, there's no dawdling. The 2 riders on your screen slow right down. Just looking back, there is Casey Clammer, and I think one of the what we learned yesterday was that all the riders here are new to the circuit except for the Japanese riders, and they were 1, 2, 3 in our combined practice times yesterday, led unsurprisingly perhaps by Hiroki Ono, but the rider who ran closest to him was Zen Mitani, a really exciting young Japanese rider who led many of the sessions. But Hiroki Ono has this approach of breaking hearts and crushing souls late in the qualifying sessions and practice sessions, and he came through in each case to top the 2 free practice sessions yesterday. His best time, so this is your benchmark to look out for, was 2:04.654. Now the fastest of the riders out here in qualifying 1A is Motegi Mohammed from yesterday's time. He was on a 2:08.707, so a full 4 seconds different. So the times that these riders put in are going to be really interesting. Vorapong looked as though he was going to get his speed up yesterday, but still missed qualifying 1B, which is what they're all targeting. And new to the series this season, on your screen now, is Kim Min-jae, the young South Korean. Great to see him here. He was the last of the 15 qualifiers yesterday. No, I beg his pardon. That was Irvin Eksan. Kim Min-jae did a best time yesterday of 2:09.4. So the young Korean improving. But it was the sessions yesterday were really brought to life by Zen Mitani. Daniel, what do you know about this rider?
Yeah, Zen's an Asia Talent Cup performer. He's always in the front group, and even in Japanese JGP3, he's a teammate to Hiroki Ono, so Hiroki knows Zen very well, and that's why in an interview you could see Hiroki, he said that he wanted a hard fight, but at the same time he thought back, this is my teammate, I know him well, so he said for the first time I've heard Hiroki say he's going to think about the championship instead of a hard battle.
Yeah, that was remarkable in itself, just him admitting that live. That could be a bit of gamesmanship.
Could be. I think he's just giving Zen a bit of hope there.
Yeah.
But it's interesting. I mean, we have 3 fast Japanese riders. 1 very established, Hiroki Ono, and 2 really on the rise, Rishi Takahira and Zen Mitani.
Yeah, so those were your top 3 from qualifying yesterday, but now we are with the riders who qualified from 9th to 15th. And the top 2 from this session will go through to qualifying 1B that will follow directly after this. detect a bit of heat haze there coming off the track, so things warming up. It's just before 9 o'clock here, local time, at Mobility Resort Motegi.
Yeah, temperature is currently looking at around 22 degrees Celsius, but the sun is shining. We're expecting highs of 26 later on in about midday.
Yeah, so far this is the best weather we've seen for the 3 days we've been here. And there's no rain forecast for this weekend. That's Chirant Vishwanath.
Speaking of the Indian riders, it wasn't the easiest day around for Sarthak. We saw him as a star performer, but in the combined practice, he still managed to make up quite a lot of ground, and he managed 5th overall. So it's good showing from Sarthak again, a very young Indian rider on the rise, looking to be a future star for India.
Yeah, very much so. We were surprised to see him a little way down the order, but he wasn't so far down that he needed to turn out for qualifying 1A, unlike Warapong, who just went through there with the number 3 and the white helmet. He's got Ati Kangert, who does look like a promising new rider here from Thailand. So following his senior compatriot there.
Another promising rider and a really good result was for Rocco Sessler, the tall, lanky German, and this is Muzakir.
Yeah, that's the number 1. The defending champion Muzakir is off very early in this session, so that's just about guaranteed him a back of the grid start. He's got dust over the tyres, he is back on track. Let's just take a look. Oh, it's a gentle tip off, so if there's nothing bent on the right side of that patchy RR, then maybe he can get a time in, but no, he won't. There's only 2 minutes remaining.
Goes back all the way at turn 4, so there's no way he's going to make that in time. Unfortunate for Muzakir, the defending champion. It's not been the best of, or the easiest of weekends for Muzakir.
No, but they're the 2 Thai riders, Vorapong and Ati, circulating together. Deki Tiano Aldi leading the next group through. Deki, who was brilliant in this championship in its inaugural year in 2022, faded in 2023. Looks like he might be coming back, but he didn't make the cut, qualifying 1B. Now, this strategy that we've seen of Vorapong and Ati running together has put them provisionally through to qualifying 1B. They are first and second, Ati and Vorapong, in that order. Kim Min-jae is 3rd quickest. So looking at the times here, the best time for Ati and Vorapong, 207.6. Ati just fractionally faster. Kim Min-jae on 208. So he's not that far off the pace either. So good progress from the young South Korean.
Yeah, this is the best we've seen of Kim Min-jae. He used to be rolling around towards the back of the grid, but this is much better for Kim Min-jae, and he's running this pace alone, so this is impressive. He comes across the line, it's another improvement, 207.865 for Kim Min-jae. He reduces the gap to Vorapong now by just under 0.2 of a second.
He's running on his own, he's got one more lap. Let's see what he can do. Nothing against Ati or Vorapong, but it would be nice to see him go through to 1B.
Would it be his first time making it through qualifying 1A? All eyes on Kim Min-jae for South Korea. Someone really going through there was Ati Kangher. His rear tire was just shattering all over the shot. He has improved his lap time as well. 207.063.
So he's clear at the top now. It's going to take a big effort by anybody else to knock him off the very top. Vorapong still sitting on 207.6. Kim Min-jae just 0.2 slower than Vorapong. There's Ati. Not sure where Vorapong has disappeared to. Checkered flag being waved now. That's the end of the session. So this, of course, will be the last time as we see Ati go through the spot where he was on track.
Was like a did set a lap time actually, 208.822, so he has improved into 6th.
Okay, so showing the resilience of a champion, but he'll be starting from towards the back of the grid this afternoon.
If I'm looking correctly, he didn't take checkered flag either, so he made it through just before. So look out for Motegi. It might make a surprise for us. Is that Tikange now?
Yeah,
Sorry.
sorry Daniel. No, it looks as though nobody's going to knock him off the top.
He's looking comfortable. This weekend he's been impressive. But just not enough for qualifying 1B immediately. Kim
Oh,
Min-jae.
look at that! Kim Min-jae's gone through. So provisionally second. Let's see if the young South Korean can make his first appearance in qualifying 1B. That will give him a good lift. Another rider coming across the line now. The flashes up. That's Ati. Another decent lap from him, but not his best. Let's just see if there's any more shuffling. Oh, Chiran. The Indian rider Chiran Vishwanath has moved up into second. He's knocked Kim Min-jae down into third. Just to pour water on my firework of seeing a new rider making it up into qualifying 1B, but racing can be cruel. And it's a good result for Chiran Vishwanath. Can't see where that is, but I'm guessing that's a good vantage point from one of the locals. But there, after a nail-biting end to that session, it was Ati Kange who was way ahead of the rest with a 207.063. Chiran Vishwanath came through late as well, half a second behind him to finish second and therefore go through to qualifying 1B. Kim Min-jae just missed out, but a great performance there from the South Korean. Borapong was 4th, Dekitiano Aldi 5th. 6th after that crash was Muzakir Mohammed. 7th was Casey Clammer. 8th was KY Ahmed. And 9th was Irvin Eksan, the Singaporean rider. And we'll have another look at that in just a few moments. In the meantime, we'll enjoy some of the foliage. And there, once again, is that shot down from turn 1 to turn 14 with that NASCAR-style tower in the background, which does have results on it, which I can't quite make out on that screen, but I can see from our wonderful vantage point in this commentary room. This is how it panned out. The dandelion got blown away initially by Muzakir Mohammed, who came out first. The session wasn't to end well for him. Kim Min-jae had a really good session, his best session I think since he joined the championship, Daniel.
The best we've seen of Kim Min-jae, but just falling short at the end by the man on screen there, Chiran Vishwanath. This was Muzakir's fall, about midway through qualifying.
Yeah, it was literally a tip-off, wasn't it? He would get back on, but it wouldn't be enough. And there is Borapong, who ran productively with Ati Kange for a while, but it was more productive for Ati in the end than it was for the project leader, Borapong. And inevitably in this 10-minute session, it did come down to the end. We thought perhaps that Kim Min-jae had made it through. He jumped up into second behind Ati. But then as the final few riders came across, he would be displaced by Chiran Vishwanath. There goes Ati. That was a really convincing performance from him. So he'll be out again. And joining him will be Chiran Vishwanath. So there is Chiran, just confirmed there as coming through in second.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu.
The Japanese flag waves, as well it might, for this second qualifying session for the TVS Asia One Make Championship. The 8 fastest riders so far this weekend are here to shoot it out for the first 8 places on the grid, of course. And so as they come out now on their warm-up lap, they'll be trying to get some heat into the tyres. Hopefully they'll get down to work quickly. Now I've just counted 7 bikes coming through, and I was counting them because I noticed that Zen Mitani was by a long way the last rider to come out of pit lane. So it looks as though he's going to begin by finding himself some space on the track. Zemitani was scintillating yesterday. He led much of the 2 free practice sessions that this category had, only to be trumped in the end by Hiroki Ono. Just stepping back for a moment and looking at the championship. This season, it's 3 wins from 3 starts for Hiroki Ono. And the best of the rest is Ramdan Rosli. Ramdan had a solid day yesterday. And as is often the case, he was the best of the rest. He was 4th fastest behind 3 Japanese riders, Hiroki, Zemitani and Riichi Takahira. That's the master and 2 up-and-coming riders. On the screen there is Zemitani. He is number 17. He's caught up with and passed Sartak Chavan. Now I guess that Sartak is going to be looking for a tow from Zen, who has raced here many times before. And this is the first visit for the young Indian Sartak, who by his standards was a long way down the order yesterday in 5th. We already have quite heavy expectations on the shoulders of this young Indian rider. He's very much fancied back in his home country. Riding through the pits now is Ati Kanger. A lot of riders are trying to find some space on the track now. There's another 4 riders coming through pit lane. So a bit of tactical manoeuvring, but it's much better if you're looking for space on the track to ride through pit lane than to dawdle around on track. But this is an interesting sight on the track here, Daniel. We've got Zemitani giving a little tow for the time being to Sartak Chavan.
Zemitani is a really impressive young talent coming up from Japan. Him and Riichi Takahira, they've had really good performances in the Asia Talent Cup. Both looking to progress their way to the higher ranks of racing. They're really struggling their stuff this weekend. We saw Riichi Takahira already pretty impressive since round 1. Coming to this run, he's been even more impressive. And Zemitani, teammate to Hiroki Ono in the Japanese Championship, has also been really, really good.
Yeah, it's great to have him here. It's just the fact not able to match the pace or anything near it of Zemitani. Just streaked away from him. So these riders are on their first flying lap. And there's a bit of jockeying for track position out there. That's the number 17. That's definitely one to look out for over the rest of this weekend. That is Zemitani, as Daniel was just saying, a star of the Asia Talent Cup. We interviewed him on Zoom on Thursday during the press conference, and he is very articulate in English, we have to say. So already looking like the complete package.
Zemitani now. He led for most of practice 1, only to be pushed down by none other than Hiroki Ono.
And there he is. He's at the top, and that's a good time, Daniel. That's a 2:04.687.
Very good time from Zemitani.
That's almost the best. It's only just a couple of tenths slower than Hiroki Ono's best from 2 sessions yesterday. So he's really on a mission.
First flying lap too, that's unbelievable from Zen.
Absolutely, and I commented that Sartak wasn't able to match his pace. He was more than 3 seconds down over that lap. Riichi Takahira, 3rd best on that first quick time around. Rocco Sessler. Well, Riichi and Rocco haven't really set competitive lap times, so that needs to be this time around.
I think another thing that this tells us about Zen is his ability to adapt to the bike that quickly. He's only had it for 2 sessions, and this is the 3rd session for him. He's already putting in these amazing lap times.
Yeah, and to do it so fast. So thinking about how these races often progress, you can start one of these TVs Asia one-week races really quickly. You can break the toe with that kind of determination. I know the rider on your screen will have other ideas, Hiroki Ono, but that's impressive start to this brief session by Zemitani. Definitely definitely no hanging around.
The way it looks, it's well, if we were to look at practice, it would look like a three-way fight between the three Japanese riders. But qualifying can always bring a different story. Here comes Hiroki Ono to complete his first flying lap. He comes around the last end. This should be a decent one as well for Hiroki.
Choosing to run alone. There he goes into second. It's 2:06.02, so he's 1.4 seconds down. Who's that? Got a faller there. The dust and the marshals. Oh, that's the number 11. That's Ati Kanger, who's gone down, unfortunately, for the young Thai. Let's take a look. There he is at the back. Oh, goes over the high side. That's a heavy tumble for him. He gets to his feet. Young and springy.
It's good to see that. I think the airbag there helping him a lot as well.
For sure, yeah. Rishi Takahira's just nudged down Hiroki Ono with his latest flying lap. Zen Mitani has gone faster. He's
bikes. But this is unbelievable. Zen Mitani at 2:03.759. He's pushing. He's making the master of this class right now. Hiroki Ono. He's going to make him push for this. Because I'm sure Hiroki's going to take note of the fact that Zen has been close to his timing. But at 2:03.7.
That's about 0.9 of a second faster than Hiroki's best time yesterday. This really does bode well. Perhaps it wasn't gamesmanship when Hiroki Ono said that he's going to start thinking about the championship.
I think Hiroki knew that Zen is a special one, and Zen really is showing that. We've come to understand that Hiroki leaves it late, but I wonder whether he's going to be able to do it this time, because it's like you mentioned, it's almost a second faster than Hiroki's fastest time yesterday.
Yeah, just looking for the patterns here with 1.5 minutes remaining in this session. It is again the three Japanese riders who are 1, 2 and 3. Hiroki Ono has just gone up, but he's still more than a second behind Zen's best time. And Ramdan, who we haven't seen on the screen, but he's been plying his trade in a solid fashion behind, but his best time 2:06.2. Huge gap here. I think we are going to see a two-way battle at the front this afternoon. Not extrapolate too far too fast, but
Rishi.
There is Ramdan coming through. Just in there on your screen there is Rishi.
Richi's not too far either. He's improving little by little. He has one more lap in it, so can't discount Richi yet. Well, at this rate for second place, because Zen has come back into pit lane. Zen has set a 2:03.759 and just called it a day in qualifying.
Yeah, well, that's confidence. How old is he, Daniel?
If I remember correctly, he's only 16 or 17.
Well,
So he
that's
just-
quite something. Going through there is Rishi Takahira again.
17 years old.
17 years old, wow. So he is indeed, as you said, one of the special ones.
He's just had his debut in the junior GP with Honda Asia talent team, and now he's come here and he's really showing off, because 2:03.759. Hiroki Ono, his final lap, can he respond? Zen is sitting comfortably in pit lane now.
Yeah, Hiroki's pushing. You can see how that bike was moving under braking. He comes round for the final time through that final complex. See some action there this afternoon. There he is through victory corner, the last turn, turn 14. Long run to the line. And he stops the clock at 2:04.5. So he's still, it's his best lap, but it's still 0.8 of a second, more than 0.8 of a second slower than Zen Mitani.
Still have Richi Takahira. Will Richi push Hiroki one more position down?
He was the third best of them yesterday, but he's much closer now than he was yesterday.
If I remember correctly, Richi is the youngest of the three.
So here comes Rishi Takahira, number 10, and that was a 2:05 1:09.6. Tesla, good performance from the young German. He was 5th. Sartak Chavan, the promising young Indian, is 6th. 7th was Chirant Vishwanath, and 8th was Atikange, who had a tumble in that session and therefore recorded no time. Wow, absolutely stunned by that performance from Zen Mitani. And you can see, just looking across the background there, perfect conditions here as we go to have another look at what happened in that session. Yeah, it was all about Japan this session, once again, as the green flag waved. And right down to it was Rishi Takahira, promising young Japanese star, first out on track. But our attention was increasingly drawn to this number 17 of Zen Mitani. We saw early in the session that Sartak Chavan tried to run close to him, but couldn't match his. Zen Mitani had set his best time, and it was just a question of how close Hiroki Ono, who's his JP3 teammate, could get to him, or could he usurp him, as he did in both sessions yesterday. Rishi Takahira also chasing. There was Hiroki Ono giving it everything as he came into the final complex, the final time around. But it wasn't going to be good enough. He still remained 0.836 of a second slower than the young star Zen Mitani. Rishi Takahira also put in a strong final time around, and he would end up on a 2:05.431. So Daniel is down in pit lane, and we're hoping that we will be talking to Zen Mitani. Just take a short break while we wait for that interview. But when we come back, we will be back with the AP 250 qualifying. We've got AP 250s, 30-minute session, then a 30-minute session for Super Sport 600. Then we'll have Super Pole for the Underbone 150s, and the last qualifying session of the morning will be the ASB 1000s. You're at Mobility Resort Motegi for round 3 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Stay with us.
So first of all, Zen Mitani, congratulations on a fantastic weekend so far. We know you from the Asia Talent Cup, you're a star performer there, and your teammates are Hiroki Ono in the Japanese JP GP3. So how has it been so far this weekend? Because in this qualifying session, you managed to beat Hiroki Ono.
Yeah, today's track was so fantastic, high grip, and I can try to a lot. Yeah, Hiroki is my good teacher, and respect for him. Yeah, I enjoyed this opportunity, and I want to good result. Yeah.
We've seen you adapt really quickly to the TVS bike. Is it a similar experience to the GP3 bikes and the Moto3 machines, or is it quite different?
TVS bike and GP3, and so big difference because
heavy and big for me. Yeah, but interesting. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the race today and for tomorrow.
Yeah. Thank you.
We're down here at the TVs Asia Garage once again with Rich Takahira. So Rich, we know you have been performing well in the Asia Talent Cup, and this weekend we've seen the best of you this season. You qualified third. It's been a strong weekend from all the Japanese riders in this class so far. How do you feel about it?
Yeah. So yeah. Yeah, good day. Yeah, good race. So yeah, do my best. Yeah, okay.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this weekend, and we look forward to seeing you fighting in the front row. Thank you.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu.
Welcome back to Motegi, where we are getting to the midpoint of qualifying on this beautiful Saturday morning here at the Mobility Resort Motegi for the 3rd round of the 2024 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We've had 4 sessions just covering the Underbones and the TVs Asia one-make championship, and now we get onto a straight 30-minute session between the 25 riders in the AP 250 field. And I noticed the first rider going out on track was one of several impressive wildcard riders here this weekend in the shape of Ryoji Yoko. He was 8th best in qualifying for local team, Japanese team, Team Tech 2 and Motegi. He had two other wild cards ahead of him. Ryota Ogiwara, for Sanwa Racing, and Yuta Date was 5th. He's riding with Victor Racing Team this weekend. So there should be some upsets at the front, courtesy of these bright and talented wildcard entries. Here we see a really good shot of the sweeping section. It's from turn 7, I think that's through turn 9 there. This 4.8 kilometre Motegi circuit, the road circuit, as it's known, as distinct from the oval circuit that runs around the outside of it, as clockwise, like most of the tracks we go to, 8 right-hand turns, 6 left-hand. It's a good shot there of them coming down the hill. They've got Indian Oil on the hoardings behind them. Indian Oil signed up for 3 seasons as the official fuel partner for the Asia Road Racing Championship. See these riders go under that iconic tunnel that leads into the final section where they flip left and right, all coming through the final turn, turn 14, known as Victory Corner. to complete the lap, so there's going to be all sorts of action there later today. We can't wait for that. All the riders out on track. There'll be a question of will anybody want to make a break early on and put down a fast lap time, or will it remain to the final 5 minutes? Just to orientate the riders we're looking at here, the number 65 there, he had a busy day yesterday. That's Cao Vietnam for Honda Racing Vietnam. He's running with his 2 Vietnamese teammates. And just going through the bottom of your screen there, on that distinctive green Motul Sniper Manual Tech Kawasaki, was Deandra, teammate to Aiki Iyoshi. Deandra yesterday put a lot of work in and ended up with a very decent time. I'll find it here as we look at the screen. But he was 13th. He did a 2:10. Really, times to get into are in the low 2:08s. 41 on your screen there is Irfan Haikal for Bunsu Honda. The young Malaysian recovering from injury. Kawasaki going through just ahead of that trio of Vietnamese Hondas was that of Aiki Iyoshi. Aiki Iyoshi finding it quite challenging here. The Kawasaki R25 is, 25R rather, is a 4-cylinder machine, and that sounds great. Well, it literally sounds great as it goes past. And you'd think on a circuit with so many straights like this, it would give him an advantage, but it's not really the case. Those extra cylinders come with extra weight, and that means under heavy braking, he's got a lot more work to do. He's got less torque to pull him out of the corners than the 2-cylinder machines. So, I don't know, what do you think in this class, Daniel? Reflecting after a few races about the ideal engine configuration for AP250, it's a bold move by Kawasaki, but is it working? Can it work?
I think the formula that there is there, it can work. It's the only issue is, as mentioned, the weight, and the weight has always been a big conversation when it came to production 250 classes. But we've seen that this bike has potential to fight. So I think if they give it another season at least, I think by next year or the year after, the bike should be able to find, they should be able to find something to get it to the top. They're not too far down, I think, in comparison to what we've seen in the past with the twin piston 250R. It's not doing too bad at all. So, especially with a well-experienced, talented rider like Aiki, they can develop this bike into something quite special.
Yeah, we're really willing this project to succeed. Needs lots of corner speed. Yeah. He's got that. Going through past Piawat there, who's a really quick rider there for East NJT, the privateer Thai team.
And the rumors in running around are that Honda's developing their own 4-piston bike as well. So if we see that in the future coming into the championship somehow, well, it would be doubtful that they would want to replace the current CBR250RR, but if that bike becomes competitive as well, we might hear more 4-cylinder bikes in the 250 class.
Be a significant change of soundtrack indeed. Aiki Iyoshi follows Watcherin Tumtumon, another of the East NJT riders. 3 really quick riders in that team. There he goes past Watcherin.
Aiki's really making some moves. He's overtaking the bike we just mentioned, the CBR250R, with quite some ease, and he's really on it. Look at the way he just floats that bike around. It's really all about riding it smooth. I don't think you can ride it that aggressive with that much weight. But Aiki really making his moves now. See what he does as he comes across the line. 208.3, Aiki goes up back into third. Herjun in second. Ferozi still leading the way for qualifying for the AP250 class.
Yeah, by the way, Ferozi's very early, very fast time. We didn't see anybody in the 207s yesterday. And yet he's on a 207.155. Herjun Atner is also on 207.928. So some way back, but an impressive performance. In fact, all the way through yesterday as well from Hergen, who's running with a rev cut by virtue of the advantage he's got in the championship. He's on maximum rev limit of 13,000 RPM.
Big moment there. That was for Hergen. It's really pushing for it. I mean, with the RPM cut, it's having to just push that little bit extra.
Yeah, he did that kind of funny look round that some people do when they trip over a paving slab. Look accusingly round at the paving slab.
Yeah, but mentioning the timing, I mean, a 2:07.155. I mean, I will say that I think the conditions this morning are absolutely ideal. The sun is out, so the track will be at a good temperature. The air is cool though, so the bikes won't be running too hot. They'll be giving just the right amount of power and be running at optimum temperatures. So we're seeing some really good rides coming through in qualifying. Still 20 minutes remaining, so plenty of room for them to improve. And this is
yeah. I mean, okay, they're off the racing line, but that does make us clench our teeth.
Yeah, Ike nearly ran into the back of Hergen there, so. And I noticed that Ike actually in pit lane, I just watched him look at Hergen's pit and just wait until Hergen went out, and he just tailed right behind Hergen from the start.
Yeah, and rather cleverly, the camera switched to the Astra Honda team, looking on very disapprovingly. But yeah, Hergen did well with the challenges he's got.
Sherford and Osman, another one looking for a bit of a toe behind Hergen.
Yeah, I read from your interview with Sherifudin earlier, Daniel, that he's struggling a little bit more than he was expecting to.
Yeah, it's surprising. I mean, he back in Motegi last season in Moto3, he didn't have the best of results, but you would think he had the valuable track time to take him somewhere near the top, but it's not been straightforward. I will say, however, this Motegi circuit is a very different track compared to anything else that we go to in ARC. It's got much more elevation. It's the turns are quite challenging. So I think it comes down to how quick the team can set up the bike well. And yeah, for Sherford and Osman, that seems to be the struggle he's having. But it's not disaster yet. It's still 5th place currently.
Yeah, well, rider of really good quality. Speaking of which, we're looking at Ferozi there. If you look at suspension technician from Olin's. But that's a fantastic time he's done. He's done 3 laps so far. We're at just over 1/3 of the way through this session. Still plenty of riders out on track. And that's Yuta Date. Really easy to spot there on that Victor Racing blue Yamaha with his yellow leathers. So a proper wildcard look to that number 64 machine, but he was brilliant yesterday. Best of a really good bunch of wildcards.
He was the fastest Japanese rider in this class, and Yutadate, this is going to help Victor Racing as well. He's putting them into a high scoring position. Top job from Yutadate.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Good to see Victor Racing nudging up towards the pointy end, and also nudging up towards the pointy end, as he was yesterday, was the young Indonesian for Astra Honda, Kiandra Ramadipa.
Super impressive in Kiandra this weekend. This is a real fight from the young Indonesian talent. He's only 14 or 15 years old this year, and it's already starting to make waves. We saw him for the first time in Sepang a couple of seasons ago with SCK Honda, where he got a podium.
Yeah, I remember. That was one of the most emotional moments I've had in ARC, I think.
I think he was, what, 12 years old at the time?
Yeah,
it was unbelievable.
Squeaky little interview in Park Ferme. Bless him. And then he got a piggyback back from his dad. But now he's grown up in all ways since then. I mean, he speaks well too now.
He does, yeah. He carries himself well, and what a team for him to be part of Astra Honda Racing Team. I think currently, I dare say, the best development team for Indonesia in the 250 class.
Yeah. When we saw a shootout yesterday, Hergen impressively ended up fastest on qualifying, and then it was young Indonesian Arai Gaska for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, then it was Kiandra, then it was Ferozi Torakatula. So those two Indonesian teams battling it out for the first 4 places. And after that, great credit was Utadate.
So right now, most of the riders are back into pit lane. We still have Kiandra out on track, Alfonsi, the Keegan out on track, and he's currently sitting in 14th. Nguyen Tonampu is in 15th. Tonampu had a late fall yesterday.
Yes, yes, he did. Just having a look there, still out on track is the coming into pit lane to join everyone, pretty much everyone else. That's Kiandra, the number 212. Leading the championship is Herjan Atner. Started the season as favourite, and I think the equalisation and the extra challenges that Herjan has faced has shown us another side of him. It's shown us that he's really got some grit as well as that raw talent. I was really impressed by what he did yesterday.
Yeah, I think this is molding him into a real contender. And yeah, I mean, if you have a bike that takes you to the top easily, it's one thing, but you have bikes where it's almost equal amongst all riders and teams. You see them really having to pull out different moves, the mentality is different, and Herjan is really, you can see the way he rides, it's a very mature rider coming through.
Yep, and that's basically happened in a couple of seasons. We're so used to him riding with this maturity now. It was only really last season, or the end of the previous season, that we really saw him flourishing. So let's have a look at this. Another Victor Racing entry there, Wang Jiedong. Not quite see where he is on the timing screen. He's 21st. Or he was 21st, now he's moved up a little bit. I can't see from this side. Okay. Then we've got also for Victor Racing, Gao Zheang. Oh, sorry, for Team One for All. Team One for All with a 250 entry. So that's good to see them there as well. There it is, Gao Zheang. Those green colours, I think, belong to Wanda Vacations that have come in as a sponsor to that team this year.
You see Wilson Paramban at the back there. Wilson not having the best qualifying so far. He's in 25th, about 8.5 seconds down from Ferozi.
Yeah, and that big number 15, Long Nan Zi, the Hong Kong rider. Running with almost his compatriot, Gao Zheang.
I've seen Long Nan Zi as a regular rider in the 250 class for now, for the past couple of seasons. Now for Gao Zheang. He tries to make some progression in qualifying. We've got 13 minutes left. I think in another couple of minutes, or at least in the last 8 minutes especially, we'll see most of the top 15 come back out for a final push in qualifying. You're looking around on the track. It's Nguyen Tonampu, who had a decent session yesterday in practice 2.
Yeah, he did. He's looking promising. As it seems like Cal Vietnam is pulling some really good new Vietnamese riders through. Inspiring perhaps as the first really international level rider that's emerged from Vietnam. One of the great things about this series, it does give people a chance. I mean, it's not actually coincidence, it's strategy to encourage these riders from countries that are not yet established in motorcycle racing to come through. There's some well-deserved screen time there for Nguyen Tonampu.
Cal Vietnam has really put the Vietnam racing team, Honda Racing Vietnam, on the map, and we've seen them for the past 2-3 seasons really trying to find improvements. It started with just getting into the point scoring positions, and then once they got that new bike on time, it was really game on for Cal Vietnam. He found improvements with every round. And I still won't forget, on the last round of last season, we saw Cal Vietnam fighting for a podium position and just missing out at the end. And then we were just questioning, okay, so what's next with Cal Vietnam? Gets onto the podium. And then this season, it looked like it was just going really south for Cal Vietnam. He was so close to victories, got too hungry for more than just a podium, crashed out, and then ultimately, after the controversial Zhuhai race 1,
Yeah.
he managed a victory.
Yeah, so he's had plenty of controversy around his results. He looked like a winner in both races at Buriram before crashing on the last corner, and then he dialed down his ambition, as you said, to score a podium rather than go all out for a win. And then we had the controversy between when Ferozi and Herjan ran wide after the final turn in Zhuhai, and he took the victory as they were dropped back one place each. In any case, that would have been his first podium, and there he is. He is burning, Cal Vietnam. He's worked hard here. He was 9th quickest on combined times yesterday. Currently 8th. 209.5. Rosie's best time of 207.1 hasn't been touched yet, or nobody's got anywhere near it. Closest is Kiandra. Virgin just close behind him, and then it's Aiki Yoshi. Although 1.2 seconds off Ferozzi's time. But it seems like a long break. That can only mean that, yeah, here we go, you can hear the roar in pit lane of twin cylinders anyway. That means that in the just under 10 minutes remaining, yep, everybody is coming out now.
Aki, I just could see him jumping on immediately and trying to get right into the mix. He saw Ferozzi going in front. And with Aragaskani, I think he fancies following them now. It's followed Herjan for the first portion.
Yep, that did well. But he is having to ride the bike differently, and you can see it. And that's another great thing about having a different machine there in the hands of a decent rider.
It's a lot slowing down on the outside there. They come out of pit lane. They should be moving faster.
It looks like the finish line's picking up the transponders as they go past in pit lane.
That is Deandra. Aiki Yoshi's teammate just coming through the frame. Getting into Nampu still on hot lap, so that's where the concerning moment was, when a lot of riders were running slow out of pit lane.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alfonso the Keegan there, he's just looking behind, trying to see who he can latch on behind.
Yeah, you come out of pit lane with nicely warmed up tyres. They take the tyre warmers off, and then I just don't get it. Too old, too conservative, too ignorant.
Herjan there looking around, Sharford and Osman just behind him. Behind Sharford in his car Vietnam, Irfan Haikal. Alfonso the Keegan there just trying to latch on behind this group. This is going to be a fast group now. We have 8 minutes remaining. Trying to find out where Aiki is. I think Aiki's trying to sit behind the two Yamaha Racing Indonesia riders.
Yeah, Aragaska quiet so far with the best time of 2:09. His best time was 2:08.2 yesterday. So he's probably just been doing a little bit of race practice in the first part of this session. But now it's real qualifying. Everybody's out on track. And the bikes are bunched up really closely, so it's going to be interesting. People are looking for track position, speeding up, slowing down. Nail-biting stuff. There's Piawat, the 188 going through for East NJT Racing.
More slowing down going on here again.
Yeah, so turn 10, 11, 10.
You see a lot of them looking around, shaking their heads, but everyone's doing pretty much the same thing. Sharford and Osman there coming in frame, and everyone's just looking around on track, just trying to find someone going fast, but someone has to start going fast or everyone else is just going to be going slow. And you can see the marshals have their yellow flags.
Yeah. Cruising down there is the number 17 machine. That's is it Kevin Kintel. No, that's Mohsin, his teammate. Two riders for Honda Racing India, Mohsin Paraban and Kevin Kintel. Yuta Date's just ridden through pit lane.
Hergen looked like he just didn't want these two Honda riders behind him following him, but I think Hergen's realized that the longer he takes to get on with it, the longer that they'll just follow behind. So there we go, race direction, all riders no waiting, because that was almost an entire lap of just coasting on the outside of the turns. And now we're getting some action. Irfan Haikal making his move on Afonso the Keegan as he tries to latch on behind, but it goes really wide there and it's losing touch of the group in front of him. There's Kianra at the front, behind the Kianra, that is one of the East NJTs, followed by Hergen Atna, who makes a move there.
Yeah, the good part about all that time they spend in pit lane and all that dawdling is that with less than 6 minutes remaining, we're really going to see some action now. And they're at the front, second quickest yesterday on free practice combined times, Kiandra for Astra Honda. Teammate and championship leader Hergen just behind him. Astra Honda leading the way, holding on just behind them is Warwick Tom Nopagun for East NJT.
It's Rosie and Arai that they just came back into pit lane to shake off the rest, and they have managed to find some clear air for them. Hergen there going aggressive around the turns. That's where he really has to push now. He has to go around the corners faster than he has before to gain an advantage there. Or Hergen goes down just as he's pushing. Oh, it's a big spill for Hergen there. Just lost the rear. You can see how hard he's having to push that bike with the RPM cut. And that should be the end of qualifying for Hergen.
Yeah, that's done. That bike won't be running again, not fast enough. So Hergen provisionally on the outside of the front row with just 4.5 minutes remaining. There it was. It was the back came round and that was it. There was nothing he could do. Yeah, it went down fast. There's a bit of work to do on that bike.
He just had to go on so early to try and get the bike up to some speed, but
it really illustrates what he's doing, as you were explaining, Daniel, finding that corner speed, because he hasn't got the grunt or the advantage out of corners that he did have. There you are, riding on the edge and sometimes over it. There's Sharifuddin Azman, number 63, currently 5th. But there's going to be a lot of changes now. Target time, set very early in the session, is 2:07.155. That was set by Ferozi Torakatula. And that's still 0.6 faster than Kiandra for Astra Honda, who's now carrying the flag for Astra Honda. There is Arai Gaska, second quickest in free practice yesterday. Full of talent, such a quick rider.
Shun Cheng Zhang might just be slightly in the way, but down the straight actually he's going to get some decent slip past. Alright, does make a pass. Does he improve this lap? No, that wasn't a push lap yet. Just setting up for this push lap now. Arai with Ferozi right behind him. Sorry, that's not Ferozi, that's the Waka Ryuji Yoko. Sorry, Yuta Date.
And I'll tell you what I was just going to say is that what I noticed was how fast and what good drive Yuta Date got out of that final turn. That's really interesting. Experience there, but he's running that Yamaha for Victor Racing.
It's a similar thing that we saw with Kengo Nagao, that he was just taking a slightly different line and just managing to get that drive out.
So Arai Gaska has got Yuta Date all over the back of his Yamaha, the Indonesian Yamaha.
So that's it. The timing so far has been about 1.5 seconds faster than Arai, and Yuta Date makes light work of Arai around here, gets past him and flips to the left on the outside.
This bodes well for this afternoon's racing.
Oh, look at the exit that Yuta Date is getting. That's unbelievable. He just keeps pulling away.
Yeah.
It's a great spot from here. I didn't notice his exit until this point.
Just he shot up that straight, got the drive so well. Here he goes. Let's see what that does on the timing screens.
Warwick's just gone up to 5th.
Yeah, he's been looking good this session. That's a 208.6 for him.
Arai getting the slip behind Utadate. I think Arai's going to make a pass around this turn. They have to make it clean. They don't want to disrupt each other's lap times. Like Utah, harder on the brakes there later.
Hard on the brakes and right out on the rumbliest part of the rumble strip.
The line that Utadate chooses, it's a bit of a tighter line, but his exits are very crisp and clean. Should be a decent lap from both Utah and Arayagaska as they come across the line now.
Again, a terrific exit.
Arai just can't get past Utadate.
So that last lap was 209.8. So they're not helping each other to faster times at the moment. This will be their last flying lap that we're watching now. Sharifuddin, number 63, currently in 6th. Vietnam, what can he do from 10th place currently? Best time of 209. Pretty much his best yesterday, so he's got a bit he needs to find if he's going to run with the group at the front this time around, as we've become used to seeing him running on his own at the moment. We watch him at that challenging braking area, playing with the front. Through the flowing part of the lap. Checkered flag is out now. All eyes on the timing screens.
Irfan pushed up to 8th place there, so a good improvement for Irfan. Cal Vietnam goes up into 6th now.
That's his best time of both days for Cal Vietnam, so provisionally 2nd row. Urgent still sits provisionally front row after that crash. Ferozi and Kiandra still sit on top. I think the riders who are going to challenge them all also crossed the line for the final time. Oh, here is Arayagaska, who's now jousting with another of the wildcards, Ryota Ogiwara. Okay, Arai sits up on the line. Clearly that wasn't going to be a good lap for him, and it wasn't a good qualifying session for him either, because he's down in 10th. So his teammate Ferozi at the top, and Arayagaska 2 seconds adrift, down in 10th. So things didn't go his way. Let's have a look at those results. On his 3rd flying lap, Ferozi Torikatula set the fastest time of the session, 207.154, 0.6 of a second faster than Kiandra Ramadipa for Astra Honda Racing Team. He was a couple of tenths faster than his teammate who had that heavy crash, Herjan Atner, who will still start from the outside of the front row. 4th, Aiki Yoshi. Good session for him on the Kawasaki. Warwick Tong Nopakun. Good session for the Thai East NJT Racing Team rider. Cal Vietnam came through well in 6th. 7th was Sharifuddin Azman. He'll lead the 3rd row for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda. And Yuta Date, the promising wild card, or promising to shake the order up, was in 8th. 9th was Irfan Heikel for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda. And Arayagaska, as we were just saying, down in 10th place. Ryuji Yoko, we saw good performances from him yesterday. 11th, 12th, Ryota Ogiwara for Sanyo Racing Team was 12th. 13th, Alfonsi the Keegan for SDG Team Hard Pro. Piawat Patumios was 14th, well down the order for him. And 15th, Tong An Pu. Decent performance from the young Vietnamese. Deandra Triadika, the teammate to Aikiyoshi in Motor Sniper Manual Tech, was 16th. Watcherin Tubtimon for East NJT was 17th. Nguyen Hu Tri was 18th. Gao Zheang for Team One for All was 19th. 20th, Kevin Kintel. 21st, Wang Jiedong, 22nd, Mohsin Paraban for Idemitsu Honda Racing India. We're not quite finished. Shun Chengjiang for TY Antares was 23rd. Dongnan Zhe for Victor Racing, the Hong Kong rider, was 24th, and 5th, Real Markosuba. So while we look at the foliage and the spectators taking up their positions, let's take a look at the highlights of that session. The riders all came out together in the Motegi sunshine. Took a little while to get going. And we saw Irfan Haikal pushing, one of the riders pushing hard early in the session, having a little battle with Watcherin. But it was this rider, the number 36 for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, Ferozi Torakatula, who on his third flying lap set a time that would not be beaten. And by a good margin too. There he is, slipstreaming past Piawat Potumios. And Aiki Yoshi, the number 37. This was a good session for the Kawasaki rider, as we enjoyed watching him ride this in the style that it needs to be ridden. That is with fast corner speed and hard braking. Promising performance from the Kawasaki. Ferozi took a long break along with the rest of the field, and then with 6 minutes remaining, everybody was out again. The pin was pulled, and then the rider in third place we're looking at now, Erjan Atner. The back came around. He was lucky not to be high-sided there, but that was a heavy crash into the gravel, and that was his session done. But it wasn't to be such a disaster in terms of qualifying positions. Rifudin Azman, the number 63, kept pushing, hasn't quite got to where he wants to be, but he would finish 7th, so leading the third row this afternoon. Arai Gaska, we saw him having an on-track joust with Utadate, the number 64, you can see on your screen, for Victor Racing. Vietnam again did well, but the front row is Ferozi, Kiandra and Herjan. And as we take our breath and look again, there are no bad shots around this circuit. We're getting ready to go look at the championship standings, as setting up for the race this afternoon. And it is Herjan Atner, we saw crash late in that session, who's got a 3-point lead from Ferozi Torakatula. And next up for Idemitsu Bunsiu Honda is Sharifuddin Azman. Cal Vietnam is 4th after 3 races. 5th, and very much in touch, is Aiki Iyoshi and Araya Gaska 6th. Kiandra Ramadipa looking very promising for this weekend's racing. 7th in the championship on 31 points. 3 riders there on 31 points. And Tom Nopakun, Warwick Tom Nopakun on 24 points, 4 points ahead of his teammate Piawat Patumios. So those are the top 9 in the standings. And looking further down, after Piawat is Alfonsi the Guigan. So he's 10th. Watcherin is 11th and 12th. Nguyen Tong Am Pu, the promising young Vietnamese rider. Shot you're looking at here, another amazing shot down from turn 1 to the exit of turn 14, appropriately known as Victory Corner. Races will certainly be won and lost all through the afternoon today on that corner. Conditions here pretty much perfect. I've been in the commentary box for a couple of hours, but it feels like it's warming up. Okay, so while we wait for the interviews to come, we're going to take a short break. The next qualifying session up will be at 10:15. which will be the Supersport 600. Plenty to look at, plenty to talk about there, some potential upsets coming your way later today. We're going to take a short break, so stay with us. We are here for qualifying Saturday morning for round 3 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship at magnificent Motegi. Stay with us.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu. Idemitsu IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. Idemitsu IFG7. Idemitsu IRG5. Start.
Welcome back, and thank you for staying with us, everyone, here at Mobility Resort Motegi. We are here, of course, for round 3 of the 2024 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. And we are in the midst of qualifying, because it's Saturday morning, so we are inevitably in the midst of qualifying. We've had the Underbone qualifying 1 and 2. We'll be seeing them after this session again in the Super Pole shootout. At TVs Asia 1 make qualifying, and we've had AP 250 qualifying, and this is another 30-minute session for qualifying positions for the AP 250, sorry, for the Super Sport 600 class. Just watching there, we're in the Idemitsu Bunsu Honda pit. Azroy going out, following his teammate Helmi Asman. And there on your screen is the wildcard rider who really put the cat amongst the pigeons yesterday, Kengo Nagao, for Team Ken, doing a really impressive job. Really good quality rider joining this field who can hold his own with the best of them, and he beat the best of them in free practice yesterday. Let's see what happens in qualifying. Quite a varied 3 sessions yesterday. The opening one wasn't too surprising because championship leader Apiwat Montananon, quickest in FP1. It was clear that all was not right for the Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia rider from free practice 2 onwards, and he ended up only with the 5th best time of the day. That was a 1:55. Best time of Kengo was 1:53.7. So Daniel spoke with Apiwat at the end of the day's action yesterday, and he admitted that there were several things they needed to try to get things right. So I expect in this session, when we do see Apiwat, we'll probably see him come out and then go in. There he is, he's just following there. Ray Matsuoka, the number 49, rider who's standing in for the injured Andy Fadley. Andy, if you're listening, please get well soon. We miss you. Come back to ARRC. There is Kiati Sak for Honda Racing Thailand. He had a really good day yesterday. Put a lot of laps in. Best time for him was 1:55.5. And his teammate, Tanat, who had problems in the opening session, came through really well towards the end as well. He's 6th on combined times. And there is number 21 of Adinanta Putra, who was impressive throughout yesterday. Ended up 3rd fastest, but he was always there or thereabouts. He's really matured now into the Super Sport 600 class. And a lot of determination apparent in the way that he's riding. There's Adinanta on a flying lap. That was 153.883, so that's a really good opening shot from Adenanta, the Indonesian, for Astra Honda. Lining up with him, of course, he's got Reza Danica Arens, who stepped up after winning the AP250 championship last year. And the brilliant young Vida Ega Pratama. Checking the timing screens here that are predictably moving about as these first flying laps are completed. There goes Helmi Asman. So fastest time, and that's a really good marker that Adenanta has put down, 153.883. Almost as fast as fastest time yesterday on his first flying lap. Here comes Helmi Asman, number 32 for Idemitsu Bunshu Honda. He puts himself in an early second position. Kengo Nagao has gone to a 153.372. So immediately the fastest lap of the 1.5 days we've had so far here at Motegi is Kengo Nagao. Fastest yesterday and fastest so far. 6 minutes into this qualifying session for Supersport 600s. Helmi second best, he's only 88 hundredths slower. Teammate Azroy not far behind him. I had seen the two Bunshu Honda riders running separately, unusually this year. But yesterday during free practice 3 we saw them run again together, which seemed to work well for them. And just checking the tyres, we have qualifying rear tyres for this class. And you can see there that Azroy, the number 20, is got a green flash on that rear tyre. That means it's a qualifying tyre. So he's put his qualifying tyre on early. We have seen Bunshu Honda do this before. Azroy's really probably got 2 good flying laps on that qualifier. Currently on a 153.7. But he should be able to take half a second off that. Have a look here at Kengo Nagao. Yeah, he's got qualifying tyre on. Coming through to complete another lap. Let's see what he's got this time around. Shaved a 10th off his best time. But that's probably the best time that we'll see from Kengo Nagao as he just eases off a little bit through turns 1 and 2. That'll be the qualifying tyres cooked for Kengo. Azroy has made good use of his because he's gone to the top now, 153.225. So seeing a little rush for qualifying early in the session by the Hondas of Azroy and Helmi. I'm pretty sure we'll also be running qualifying tyres at 153.225. The marker currently being set by Azroy Hakim Anwar. Winner last time out, which was good to see in Zhuhai because he had an absolute nightmare in round 1 in Buriram when he DNF'd in both races. Crashes, one of which involved his teammate Helmi. So extraordinarily for Bunshu Honda coming into this round 3. From 3 starts, they've had 3 DNFs between them. Azroy looking at his brilliant best right now. Still looking for something else out of those qualifiers, perhaps. Yep, the body language says so. So the strategy will be that after they come in with these qualifiers, they'll change and they'll do some testing for the race. Several riders coming in, including championship leader Apiwat, just jumps off his bike in pit lane. Teammate McKinley Carl Paz stops right behind him. There is Adenanta. Figure, cool, calm and collected. See what tyres he goes out with. Helmet off, gloves off, earplugs out. So this will be a little break for him. All riders stop. And of course, both the Bunsu Hondas stop together, so they'll be taking off the qualifiers. So it could be that Helmi Asman hasn't quite got the result he wanted from those qualifiers, but having said that, we have seen him go faster on race tyres than qualifiers from time to time. That's what we were looking at there. And here is Kiatisak. Let's take a look at his rear tyre. He's running mediums, front and rear right now. Currently sitting 6th, completing another lap. Doesn't improve his time and his position doesn't change either. About half the field in the pits at the moment. 6 riders in the pits. There's Helmi Asman. Changed a few kilos somehow from somewhere and is in really good physical shape. And he just looks like he's got a little bit more of a hard edge to the way he's approaching his racing now. There's Reza Danica, last year's AP 250 champion, making his way steadily in this 600 class. Shinya Mikami, who, in my personal opinion, has the most beautiful bike out on this 600 class. So a shout out for Tyra Promote Racing for putting together such a visually appealing package. It's not only the bike, but the rider's leathers, helmet, the whole thing. Back in their team headquarters, they will have some amazing photographs, no doubt. But Shinya himself could do with shaving some time off what we saw from him yesterday. He's currently down in 13th with the best time of 1:57. Almost 4 seconds off the best time set on qualifiers by Azroy. Just watching Kiatisak under braking, using the rumble strip. That final run under the tunnel and into the complex where races will be won and lost later this afternoon and tomorrow. 2 races, of course, every weekend for ARRC, although we didn't manage that because of weather and a little local government intervention. So this will be the 4th race for all categories that we see this afternoon. Just stay there with Shinya. Graphics team really earning some good screen time. So Azroy has the fastest time from yesterday's fastest rider, Kengo. Helmi is 3rd, Adenanta 4th fastest. Another lap here coming up for Shinya. He proves, but remains in P13. And the cameraman right inside the pit box there of Yamaha Indonesia. Number 49, that's Rei Matsuoka, stand-in rider, Japanese stand-in rider for an Indonesian team, conferring there with his crew chief and the Olins technician. Tanat Longpiao now looking deep into, you can see the cameraman walking into the pit there. So totally fearless work by the cameraman, walking in there into the Honda Racing Thailand pit. McKinley Carl Paz is back out, so as he draws closer, let's look at the colour scheme on his rear tyre. It's black, so he's running medium front, medium rear. McKinley Carl Paz coming in for this season for Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia, alongside Apiwat Montananon, who opened the season at his home circuit with a double win, followed it up with a second in Zhuhai. going back out. Team Ken. Wonder if that is connected to his name. He's a rider in his late 20s, really at the top of his game now, we feel, Kengo, and it's great to see him mixing it up here at Motegi. Right, that shot, I couldn't see the rear tyre there. That was one of the... that an answer coming out. But we're riding here with McKinley Carl Paz. Oh, and there's a faller. That is Veda Ega Pratama. We saw him right on the edge a few times yesterday, and he is down in the gravel. That's in front of one of the tunnels. I'm not sure whether that's the turn 5 or the turn 11 tunnel. But he's back on track with a very mucky set of tyres, blowing dust off everywhere. That's the view down to the final turn. So again, we've got most of the riders in the pits. Azroy having a break. They'll be doing some race testing for the rest of the session. We've got 14 minutes remaining. Here comes Kengo Nagao. This is an out lap for him. That's a nice shot. Some brilliant camera work being done down in pit lane from all kinds of angles, walking into pits, shooting from the ground up. That was Azroy. We took a look at a low-level look at the machine of Bunsu Honda's Azroy, currently sitting in provisional pole position. Kengo Nagao is out now. He's done his qualifying tyres, currently sitting second. He's now out on mediums. So it would just be interesting to see how close he gets to the pace that he set on those Dunlop qualifiers. Once again, cameraman teases us. Didn't quite have time to focus there as he walked into another pit. Let's see now. There is Kengo Nagao. Back with him. This is a flying lap for his second run. Just coming up now to turn 7, the left-hander. That's going through the tight and tightening turn 9. Shoots it up to short straight to turn 10. And then gets onto the fastest part of the track. He exits now, and that will fire him down towards turn 11 and into the decisive final complex that leads on to the start-finish line. Came down reasonably gently by the standards of what we've seen him do earlier. We did see him using the full rumble strip under braking. Does sweep out wide. He has a different line to non-local riders. Let's see what he does this time around. That was a very decent lap on mediums. That was a 53.5. It's about the 4th best time of this session, and that's done on mediums. Best time 153.2. So he's only a couple of tenths away from his best time on his first flying lap out on this run. So we're seeing the quality here of Kengo Nagao. Saw turn 4, you can see the green runoff area. That's one of the few runoff areas. There's another one at turn 10. As riders in any session, but especially important in this qualifying session, run onto the green in those areas. They will have that lap cancelled. That's a nice tour of Motegi thanks to Kengo Nagao at high speed. Back with him now. Yatisak, just see going out of pit lane. Again, we'll be looking for green strips on the rear tyres. Reza Danica is just in front of Kengo at the moment. Good shot of Reza to the outside, under braking. Kengo confidently goes inside, riding into turn 11. Back with these three riders now. That's Kengo, he's got Reza behind him, and there's a Yamaha behind him. I can't quite see who that is. He'll come into shot soon. Another lap completed for Kengo Nagao. And that's another really good lap. His pace is phenomenal. 153.4, 153.5 last time, and a best time of 153.298. So Kengo definitely got the pace, not just the one lap speed. There is Wayu Nugroho, the number 89. Ray Matsuoka, his teammate, is just leaving pit lane. And here comes Azroy, who's sitting on provisional pole. His best time done on qualifying tyres, of course. Now running mediums, which seem to be the choice in these pretty much perfect conditions at Motegi. Now we'll see what kind of pace Azroy has got on mediums. Oh, and Kiatisak on your screen there. He's running qualifier on the rear. I think, yeah, I'm sure this is an outflat. There is Azroy coming up at speed behind him. Stay with Azroy, provisional pole sitter. Yatisak tucks in behind him. Come up to complete another lap, and there is Apiwat. Apiwat currently sitting 5th so far. And Reza, looking around for Reza Danica. Is he just behind? Quite see again as the focus stays on Apiwat, but there he is. There is Reza Danica, the number 123. Laps completed there for Apiwat, Kengo, and Reza Danica. No change in positions. And Kiatisak shadowing Azroy as they start another lap. He's hoping to get the best possible benefit from the qualifying rear that he's got on. Let's see how it compares. The qualifying tyres on the rookie number 85, or the mediums on the experienced rider in front of him for Boonsu. And there is Helmi Asman in the gravel. It doesn't look as though he's fallen. He might just have run off. Let's see if he gets straight back on or not. But again, Helmi has done what he needed to do on his qualifying tyres. He's sitting provisionally outside. And of the other people who've been off, I just noticed Veda Ega Pratama leaving pit lane. Veda Ega, after that early tumble, down in 11th. Still we watch Azroy with Kiatisak, Fingapong in his wheel tracks. Azroy looks like he's showing good pace here. And we've definitely seen that from Kengo, who is the closest rider to him at the moment. These two are going to complete another lap. Let's see, they've been pretty much equidistant for the whole thing. Oh, and that's really good pace from Azroy. Not only good pace, but it's the best time of the session. So he's actually gone faster on medium race tyres than he did on qualifiers. And Kiatisak benefited to an extent there. He's got a 154.1 1:98. That's his fastest lap. Provisionally 6th, so on the outside of the second row. Still running together, those two Hondas. One Malaysian, one Thai. Experienced Malaysian, and the Thai into Supersport 600 for the first time this season. We've seen him before in AP 250s. We've seen him in the Asia Talent Cup. There you can see Adananta, number 21. Currently 4th on the timing screen and getting right out of shape. Almost threw him over the high side. So he's just sat down and pulled to the inside of the track. Try and get his heart rate back under control. But that was a little bit of a heart-stopping moment there for Adananta. Controlled it brilliantly. And now he's off again. Needless to say, this won't be a good lap for the young Indonesian. Two sticking together like glue, the Malaysian and the Thai. Once again, Azroy set the provisional pole time. We've got just 4 minutes remaining on race tyres. Faster on race tyres than he did on his qualifying tyres. And he completes another lap. And that was a 54.2, so a second off his pole time. Still very good pace from Azroy. Fraser Danica is in the pits. 3.5 minutes remaining before the checkered flag comes out. Back with Adananta after that little heart-stopping moment. This won't be a quick lap for him, but the next one very well could be. Let's have another look at that. You can see black line and the rear just stepping out. Rear almost comes off the ground as it tries to eject him off that CBR 600, but he hung on to it. Got good long levers, Adananta. He's a tall rider. As you can see, as he sticks that long lanky leg out, going into turn 1 to start another lap. After that long straight, you've got two tight right-handers. Really serve as a long right, and then we go into two left-handers. There is one of his teammates, the young gun coming up through the Astra Honda Palant system, Veda Ega Pratama, onto 600s for the first time this season. 15 years old. He's currently built like a slight 15-year-old, so physically it's quite a challenge for him, but he will literally grow into this without a doubt. Got Shinya Makami just ahead of him, but he had an earlier crash this session, so good to see him back out. And he's already moved himself up to 7th. So he'll be on a final push now. After this lap, he'll get one more. There is Helmi, who ran off a little earlier, but Helmi Asman provisionally on the front row in P3. Another lap to be completed in the next few seconds by Helmi as he goes under that second bridge. For that right-left complex that leads them onto the final straight, and this very long run into the finish line. But here comes Helmi, stops the clock at 1:55, so nothing too remarkable there. 1.5 seconds off his best. Veda Ega, he's going to be looking for a quicker time this time around. And Veda will get this lap. He is on qualifying tyres, and he'll get one more after it. Got Shinya Makami trying to hold on behind him. That was a 1:54.4. But that qualifying tyre will be good for another flying lap. The checkered flag will be out the next time he comes around. So now it's win or bust for Veda after missing much of that session after his crash. Kengo Nagao still out there. He's almost the busiest rider, having completed 11 laps. McKinley Carl-Paz has done 12, although McKinley Carl-Paz is down in 11th currently. Teammate Apiwat and championship leader is currently 5th, so provisionally in the middle of row 2. Yatisak has just slipped in just behind Apiwat. He's 6th, and he's on his way out, but he'll be just coming out to do a practice start because the checkered flag is out now. And will be taken first by Kengo Nagao. Check the time that he did that time around, showing good pace, 54.2. Best time set on qualifyings was 53.2. I'm guessing, estimating here at Motegi, qualifying tyres are good for about 0.5 to 0.7 of a second. Helmy takes the checkered flag for the final time in this session. That was a gentlemanly lap for him. Oh, and there is McKinley Carl-Paz. We were talking about how much work he was doing. He had his qualifier on and he was going to make a real push last time around, but he pushed too hard. So he's going to be starting further back on that's the 4th row he's going to be starting from, unless there are too many changes. Here is Shajun Tong, the number 22. Gritty, ever-improving Chinese rider for Victor Racing Team. Best time for him, 1:57.42. We've just seen him progressively bring down those lap times, which is good to see. Number 1, 2, 3. That can only be Reza Danica as he comes up to complete his final lap of this qualifying session. And there's no improvement for him. He is 9th. Therefore, we'll start from the 3rd row of the grid this afternoon. Final lap completed for Azroy. That was a gentle one, 1:56. Down in pit lane, Dunlop tyre technicians checking the temperature of the surface. Bunsu Honda can be happy with that. They've got 2 riders on the front row. See that one Thai flag being outnumbered by 2 Japanese flags there among the outfield spectators, but there it is, Azroy Hakim Anwar. He set that time on race tyres, 1:53.224. Just a little slower was the brilliant Kengo Nagao for the team Ken. Helmy Asman, also for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda, was 3rd. 4th, Adananta Putra. Another lively, fast session from the Indonesian. Apiwat, well, he didn't find quite what he was looking for. His best time was a 1:54, and he will start 5th. 6th was Kiatisak Singapong. 7th was Beda Ega Pratama, who had a crash in that session. Tanat Long Pliao, another of the Honda Racing Thailand rookies, was 8th. 9th was Reza Danica RN's best time, 1:54.9. Wayu Nugroho for Yamaha Racing Indonesia was 10th. 11th was McKinley Carl-Paz, who unfortunately didn't get the best out of those qualifying tyres after going off on his last time around. Rei Matsuoka, stand-in rider for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, was 12th. 13th, Shinya Mikami on that gorgeous Tyra Promote Racing Yamaha, and Shajun Tong for Victor Racing Team was 14th. An intriguing session there. 2 Hondas on the front row with a Yamaha in the middle. So let's just take a look once again at the highlights of that session. Thai flag waving in the outfield as these riders came out, and it was a Thai rider who came out first in the shape of Kiatisak. Sharp shooter there out in the wilds as well. And here was Kengo Nagao, the story of yesterday. Faster than any of the regular riders in this ARRC Supersport 600 category, and he got right amongst it from the off today. As we've seen before, the Idemitsu Bunsu Hondas went out early on qualifying rear tyres, and it was a strategy that was well worthwhile. There was Kiatisak. He did the reverse by going out on race tyres early and qualifying tyres later. There was McKinley Carl Paz, busy rider in that session, completed 12 laps, excluding the one that he crashed on at the end. There was a crasher there for the number 41. Akiwatwong Tananon. We were looking to see whether he had found what he was looking for on that Yamaha Techni Racing R6. So he had a decent session, but not really what he was looking for. Although he's in touch with the fastest, and there was the fastest, number 20, who set his fastest time on race tyres. Helmy, a little run off there for him. Not too much harm done. He remained, although he didn't know it at the time, in a front row starting position. But this session really belonged to Azroy Hakim Anwar for Idemitsu Bunshu Honda. Fact, tried as he might to stay with him. That was Adananta getting out of shape. So a little spike in the heartbeat there for the young Indonesian, but a very good session for him overall. Veda Ega Pratama had a crash, but came back to improve up to 7th by the end. Helmy Asman really in race test mode for the latter part of that session. That was McKinley Carl Paz. You can see, unfortunately, didn't get the best out of those qualifying tyres by running off on the very last time around. So the front row is Azroy, Kengo and Helmy. And I'm delighted to say that we've got Daniel in pit lane, so let's go down to him right now.
So Azroy, not the easiest of weekends here in Motegi, but ultimately a brilliant qualifying session from you. You're up on pole, but still just slightly ahead of Kengo Nagao, the wild card. How do you feel about this weekend so far?
Yeah, I want to say thanks to my team first because I have a good setup here. So yeah, it's been a long time since I in the front position. I think last is 2019. So I think it must have a great pressure, but it's okay. I enjoy the race. So now we have a fast rider from Japan. So step by step, I have to learn from him. Where is the racing line? So yeah. So in the race one later, maybe he can go fast than everyone. So I hope that I can stick with him and after try to pressure him. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Azroy. Good luck for the race later this afternoon.
Thank you.
On your screen now is the Underbone Super Pole session for the fastest 10 riders in qualifying. So thank you for staying with us. This is a really fascinating session. It's split into two now. This is the fastest 10 riders, and they go in reverse order. So the first rider you saw go away there was Fahmi Bassam. Oh, I beg your pardon. Look, I'm looking at the list. They've inverted the list actually. So it was Akid Aziz away first, then Pirapong Peng, and then Masato Fernando. So the reverse order showing on our screen. So that's convenient. Shafiq Rosley goes off now. They go off at 20-second intervals. And as regular followers will know, the idea of this is to isolate the performance of the rider and the machine without any interference from other bikes or benefits from other bikes like slipstream. So eyes down for a very absorbing session. Fastest in qualifying this morning was Dimas Juli at Moco. He put in a 2:15.991. That was a really fast time, but we could be looking, what do you think, Daniel? Most of the front runners were in the 2:17s, 2:18s. What do you think they'll do without a toe here?
Oof, it's hard to call it, but if I were to get any prediction with how the track is laid out, I would think it'd be somewhere around, I think the fastest will get maybe a 2:19, maybe low 2:19s. I don't really see a 2:18 without slipstream, unless someone like Akid Aziz with his form factor.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, we were talking off air just now about how technical this track is, and you have to get the entry and exit of every corner right if you're going to put a really good lap together, and this is shown in sharp relief here in this Super Pole session. That's Giancarlo Maurizio we're looking at there for Uma Racing Team Philippines. So they just do an out lap, which Giancarlo is coming up to complete now as he comes through turn 14. Then throttle open, head down, and you can see what a long run to the finish line this is. It's going to be absolutely fascinating this afternoon as he starts his flying lap at the other end of the straight. Just behind him you can see Pirapong, I think that was. Let's just stay with Giancarlo for a minute. Giancarlo, recognised as a fast rider in this series for a season or so, took that all-important step up to race winner last time out at Zhuhai. It was an emotional moment for him and an absolute delight to see for everybody in the paddock, somebody making that step through. And he's been really interesting in talking about the psychology of it, how he's just let go. He stopped being tense when he's in that fast group and just kind of flowing with the pack, because the Underbone pack is kind of like a living organism, Daniel.
Yeah, I think that's the best way to describe it. It's always on the edge of your seat stuff, and comes down right to the final turn. And especially here in Motegi, I'm so excited to see how that unfolds, because you have such a long straight, so you could be leading all the way down to the final moments, and then someone gets a good slipstream from maybe 8th to 9th to 10th and just goes past.
Yeah, we're going to be eyes wide open watching that this afternoon, that's for sure, because somebody will spring a surprise, I'm sure, especially in this category. My goodness.
Follow Giancarlo now on his fast lap. And next to his timing there, you can see Pirapong, Masato Fernando, and Shafiq Rosley's timings. You're going to get a first taste of what Super Pole looks like here at Motegi for the Underbones.
Yeah, it's the first time at Mobility Resort Motegi for all of these riders. This is the only class where there are no riders with experience. So Giancarlo under the second bridge.
Just trying to imagine the battle of up to 15 riders going into this last section.
Yeah, my imagination superimposed another 15 bikes on that camera shot just to try and figure it out.
Here comes Giancarlo for the first Super Pole lap time here at Motegi, 220.930. Pierpont not too far behind him. It's a 219.741 from Pierpont. So again, it looks like around about 218s. Whoa, Masato Fernando must have made a mistake because Shafiq has ended up in front of him. So definitely an error from Masato somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Rarely see that. Still looking a bit untidy there, Masato. But Shafiq coming through now. So Shafiq, that was 219.5, so he goes to the top. So whatever happened to Masato Fernando didn't affect Shafiq. And now here comes Waiwaji Trilixana, the double champion for his own Racetech 60 team. He does a 220, provisional third. So the reason I asked you to predict lap times, Daniel, is that you're just so good at it. That's 219.5. That's pretty much
just me being nerdy.
Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, Shafiq Rosli, he's now provisional pole at 219.5. Now we're going to get the next lot of riders coming out. It'll be interesting to see if we get. I suspect we will see someone touching the below 219 somewhere. If I were to name some, Aditya Fauzi, I mean, he's been brilliant.
Yeah, and he's such an uninhibited rider and so naturally fast, and really seems unintimidated by the quality and the ferocity of competition in this Underbone 150 class. But we got a lap time cancelled for Masato Fernando, so he went off track. So just to add insult to injury, that won't count. So that will drop him down to 10th place on the grid, unless somebody else does it.
Unfortunately for Masato Fernando, what we're reading is that it's at turn 13. That's right at the end. That's at the second left-hander.
Yeah, there is Pierpont re-entering pit lane. Provisionally second. Masato Fernando provisionally fifth, but we can expect the situation to change there. So that's the first 5 riders done and dusted. There's a couple of spectators looking forward to a nice afternoon in the spring sunshine.
It's lovely weather out here.
Yeah, it's gorgeous, isn't it? Just checking their shoes. Maybe they got a bit of dandelion fluff inside the shoes there. Yeah, I'm sure these guys that we're looking at, they've been here a few times before and they know where to go, where to look for the best vantage points.
There's quite a few nice hilly areas around here. There's campsites as well. It's a really well set up circuit.
Yep, it definitely is. Yamaha flags waving. And so that is the first 5 riders out. We've got 5 to go, and they were the fastest 5 from free practice. And we can just see them trundling up pit lane towards the exit. The light is showing red. When it goes green, the first rider will go, and that will be Akid Aziz. No, it isn't. Maybe Akid has already gone. Just looking, are they out of order here? They're out of order here, yeah.
Yeah, Akid's behind Aditya.
Not that that necessarily matters, but yeah, Akid should have been the first rider away there. Aditya Fauzi has just left pit lane on his out lap. And here goes Akid Aziz. And Fahmi Bassam, you're looking at there, the number 222.
For SK Honda, this is Rekyat Yusuf Fadila. He's the first one out, number 32 for SK Honda Racing. That's a familiar number with SK. Definitely with their graduate Helmi Osman back in the day. Is Aditya Fauzi. He knows a thing or two about putting in a really good Super Bowl performance.
Yep, like everybody else here, first time. But I do fancy him as one of the riders that could put in an impressive lap time. Maybe put himself on the front row. There's a rider who often puts himself on the front row and across the line first too, for that matter, Akid Aziz. Akid Aziz is one of the riders we're looking at who put together a really good time. There is Fahmi Bassam, such an exciting rider for LFN HP 969 Indonesia racing team. Together, of course, with Murabul Bitoni. Such a strong lineup. Dimas Juliet Moko. He's a quick rider. We're also waiting to take the step up into getting really good consistent results. He was quickest in qualifying 2 this morning. At that time he did, 2:15.9, was well clear of everybody else. So it's intriguing to see what he'll do now. So with Raycat at the moment. So head down, he starts his flying lap. Fastest so far with Shafiq. Sorry, Daniel.
That's right. No, I was going to mention the weather. It's really different from what we had yesterday. Yesterday we had cloudy weather. It was really cool out. Plenty of wind. It's still quite cool temperature-wise, but definitely the sun will bring a bit more heat into the tarmac. Here on screen as well, Yaji's teammate Aditya Fauzi.
He's on his quick lap.
Comes Akid Aziz. So impressive towards the end of last season. This year's just been a bit of a struggle for him, but he's still been consistent enough to collect some points.
Yeah, change of team from Cardinals to one-way pit bike, JRT Racing. Pit bike one way.
Akid DNF in the first race in Buriram in round 1, 13 points in race 2. Podium in round 2 in Zhuhai, so in the single race that we had.
So same with Raycat, who is the first rider out.
Raycat's one of those riders who's always been able to stick with the front group, just do a really good finish. SK as well, they've had the struggles for the past couple of seasons, and now they're starting to come back into the form that we expect them to be in.
Yeah, through turn 10 for Raycat. He's well into the final sector.
To run downhill here, that's really taking time away from them, I feel, when riding alone.
Yeah, when you're in a pack, you've got plenty to think about, but alone, that must seem like an age. So into the tunnel for Raycat. Again, imagine the scene this afternoon.
Especially with that flip to the right, that's going to be really exciting. Now we feel like Raycat down to the front straight. Will it be enough for him to push Shafiq Roslin? It will not be enough. It's a 2:22.241, so he goes provisionally 5th. Aditya Fauzi, oh, he's a good one from Aditya. Aditya 2:17.437 on a solo lap with no slipstream. How has he done that?
That's impressive. That's the second best time that we've seen this weekend. And all of those, of course, have been with a toe. So that is a phenomenal lap from Aditya Fauzi. So our leaning towards him as a rider to watch was well-founded. And here with legs akimbo comes Dimas Juli. Oh, sorry, Fahmi Bassam. We should recognise that legs akimbo style. So he jumps up into second with a 2:18.7. That's a 1.3 second margin. And Dimas Juli jumps up into third. So as usual, full of surprises and a really absorbing scene to watch. But there is the fastest of them, and my goodness, by some margin, Aditya Fauzi will start from pole position this afternoon. There he goes in that very distinctive green Race Tech 60. We saw his teammate and team owner, and therefore boss, Wayu Ajit Trilaksana, out earlier on. He will start from 7th, but let's just look at those results again. 2:17.437 puts Aditya Fauzi for Race Tech 60 on pole position for race 1 this afternoon and race 2 tomorrow. Fahmi Bassam for Yamaha LFN HP 969 is 2nd, and number 202, Dimas Juliet Moko for Team One for All, will start from outside the front row. Shafiq Rosli leads the 2nd row. He was 4th fastest. Next to him, Pirapong Louis Bumpeng and Kid Aziz for Pitspike One Way JRT Racing. Outside of him, Wayu Ajit Trilaksana was 7th fastest from Giancarlo Maurizio, who was 8th, and 9th was Masato Fernando, who had problems on that lap. He ran wide and probably ran off track. And Rekat Yusuf for SCK Racing Team, showing up well for the team, but his Super Pole lap wasn't all that good. But he will start from 10th this afternoon. And as we know in Underbones, starting positions are good to compete for, but people can come from the very back of the grid to win. So let's just take another look at that intriguing Super Pole session. Pirapong Louis Bumpeng was first away, ahead of Masato Fernando. And we're riding there with Giancarlo Maurizio, who should have been the first out. Giancarlo Maurizio following up his inaugural win that we saw in Zhuhai, recorded 2:20.9. And then next up we saw Shafiq Rosli, who passed Masato Fernando because he started behind him, passed him, and Shafiq said at 2:19.5. And then we saw double champion Wayu Ajit Trilaksana. He clocked just over a 2:20. That was a Super Pole lap to forget for Masato Fernando, but it is good to see him back on form and going well on that bike after a stuttering start to the 2024 season and his return to Underbones. So he rides there with Shafiq. And then out went Rekat Yusuf. And out went, just behind him, Aditya Fauzi in the bright green. Rekat Yusuf, I think that's the first time we've seen him in Super Pole. I stand to be corrected. But as Daniel was saying, it's quite something else on a circuit with long straights like this to ride alone. So he would eventually stop the clock at 2:22.2 and head down, peeking through the gap between the top and lower fairing was Aditya Fauzi with a phenomenal 2:17. He will start from pole this afternoon. And after all that, we're going to go to Daniel, who is down in pit lane, to talk to, I believe, Aditya Fauzi.
So Aditya, it's a brilliant performance for you in Super Bowl again, and a brilliant season actually. With your performances going well, how do you see this race coming in to Motegi?
Ya ini pengalaman pertama saya Motegi dari mulai FP dan kualifikasi dan Super Bowl ini saya cukup banyak improve dan alhamdulillah hasilnya di Super Bowl ini bisa nomor 1. Semoga di race 1 nanti memberikan.
The translation there is that through free and qualifying, you found steps improvements, even though it's the first time in Motegi, and he's hoping for the best for the race later on. Thank you so much, Aditya. We look forward to seeing you in race 1.
on the braking.
You can feel when walking.
Yeah, like if you stand, like
Yeah,
going down.
yeah, easy.
Going down. Hello everyone, I'm Yuki Kunins here. I'm riding ASB 1000 from SDG Team Hard Pro on the Philippines, and we are in the Motegi here.
And guys, I'm Alfonso Dakigan, racing in the AP250 category for SDG Team Hard Pro on the Philippines, and we're here to do some talks about the circuit.
And okay, the Alfonso, you are first riding in Motegi, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this is my point of view. This is the most famous this track. This back straight is downhill, and on this braking, like on the example, like a last lap for the fighting the win, and there's most overtaking. The many people they're using, and the Motegi this track, I think many praise of the braking. So I think from tomorrow you have to try the many things on the braking point and the braking for the things.
Most important this
Most
circuit.
important, yeah. Do you have any question this about track?
Yeah, I think this track looks like everything mostly a lot of braking, but
yeah,
with my bike still not sure. We'll try tomorrow, but from the track walks, this downhill, so looks like heavy braking.
Yes.
And watching from some videos, very hard braking here.
Yes. Also, you have to carefully. If you too much use the front brake, it will be easy to lose the front. This point, many people crash because you see that the banking.
Negative camber, no?
Yes, a lot of banking. That's why you have to careful you're on the braking.
You can feel when walking.
Yeah, like if you stand, like
Yeah,
going down.
yeah, easy.
Going down.
I feel.
So you have to try the point. You have to take care. Okay. And after this turn, immediately you have to change direction to the left, to the last corner.
Prepare.
Yeah, prepare the fall. So that means you don't go too much over the outside, right? If you go too much, like bit difficult to prepare for the next change direction. Okay.
Need to go back, no?
Yes. And well, this track I think also many straight. So you have to always prepare for the exit. Okay. Don't go too much the braking. No? So we will see from tomorrow.
Tomorrow's practice.
But yeah, this is most good.
Yeah. And for you?
For me, I have experience with the All Japan Championship. Already this year, I had in the first race.
You
and,
win, no?
Yeah, I won, and I have confidence on this track because most my favorite this track. So of course, I will try to make a good result. And
me too.
Yeah, you too. And I think we can make good.
Yes, we will try our best for today's race week. For this week, hopefully we can both deliver some good results for ourselves and our team. So yeah, we'll see you guys there.
See you.
Idemitsu engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of Idemitsu.
Welcome back to Mobility Resort Motegi for round 3 of the 2024 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. This is the final session, the final qualifying session of the weekend. And it is, of course, as you can hear from the symphony in the background, it is for the ASB 1000s. Symphony provided by Honda, BMW, Ducati and Yamaha in this category. And there was plenty to look at during free practice yesterday. They had 3 qualifying sessions. The big takeaway though was that Yuki Kuni for STG Harkbro is aboard a brand new for 2024 CBR 1000 Triple R, and he made the most of it, coming off the back of a win less than 2 months ago here at Motegi in the All Japan Stock 1000 race. So Yuki Kuni on really good form, and in the first 2 sessions he was pretty clear of everybody. There is a nice shot there of the new CBR 1000 RR. What do you think of that machine, Daniel?
Yeah, I mean, we've had feedback from Zakwan and Andy that it hasn't, it's quite different. Zakwan mentioned that it's a bit softer, the chassis-wise. But when I spoke to Yuki down on grid, you'll see a video of that later on social media. He mentioned that while others complained about it, he found it very, very easy to ride, and it suits his style. So he said now he has more power, the chassis works well with him, and he said flipping the bike just feels easier now. So that's reflected in his performances. He's been absolutely brilliant this weekend. So we're looking forward to seeing him.
Yeah, new electronics as well on that bike. I had a chat in the paddock just in passing with the Pasawet Titiwararak, the Astimo S1 with Thai Honda rider, also aboard one of the new CBRs. And he also said it was easier to ride once he got used to the electronic setup. So first across, I think that is, to start a flying lap, is Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman, who had a decent day yesterday. He languished a little bit in the earlier sessions, but in the end seemed to find what he was looking for and ended up 4th on combined times. His best time was 151.171, but he was put slightly in the shade by his teammate and stand-in for Marcus Reiterberger, Sho Nishimura. Good to see him back in this series and riding a really competitive TKKR BMW. But Sho Nishimura was quicker in the final session than Yuki Kuni, so things have tightened up at the front, so we can look forward to a good race this afternoon. Hafiz Shirin, as we expected, made good progress throughout the day, finished up 3rd overall, but the times are really quite close between those top riders, Daniel.
Yeah, the gaps have reduced in practice 1. We thought it's going to be Yuki running away with it, but Sho improved massively. It's his 2nd time ever riding 1000, and he's already shown such great talent. Hafiz as well found he had a really good early lap time in practice 1, took a tumble, got back on, just couldn't find the right setup yet, and then when it came to practice 3, he really showed up. And yeah, so the top 3 really close and competitive. Even Aslan Shah is actually not too far at all.
Yeah, that's right. Just checking his tyres, medium front and soft rear for Aslan. No qualifiers out yet. We did see in the Supersport session that some of the teams put their qualifiers on earlier, then used the rest of the session for race setup. But Aslan really looks like he's got his race face on now. And sure enough, he sets an opening flying lap of 53.097. But jumping to the top there is the Ducati, the JDT Ducati of Hafiz Shirin, 151.085. So yeah, that's pretty good opening lap from Hafiz. Best lap yesterday was 150.143, belonging to Yuki Kuni. And there is the indomitable Zakwan Zaidi riding through the pain. And you might have expected him in free practice to have minimized the amount of time he spent on track, but absolutely not. He did a full session 3 times yesterday, and here he is back out again for this 40-minute qualifying session.
Yeah, you would have expected a similar approach to what Aslan did in round 1 of Buriram, just minimizing the amount of mileage, but he just went on with it. Hafiz showing a 151.085 early on in this session, a 150.122 from Yuki Kuni on screen. Opening laps from Yuki Kuni and Hafiz, absolutely rapid, but Yuki, a 150.122, that's his fastest of the weekend.
That's the fastest lap we've seen here. So brilliant stuff, very early on from Yuki. We saw in that video that he was very comfortable riding around here. And he told us, yeah, he's already told us how much he likes that new CBR 1000 RRR.
That's interesting. Hafiz is running medium, and he's running with a really fast trio. Sho Nishimura in front of him, Aslan right behind him. They're going to come down the straight. Hafiz is going to get a little bit of a slip behind Sho Nishimura.
Yeah, he got a good exit too, Hafiz.
Oh, it's a 151.0 from Hafiz.
Yeah, so Ichiro Minamoto has jumped up into second. He's done a 151.074, but Yuki Kuni at the moment has an advantage of almost a second at the top. That will shrink, but let's just see what we're doing now. And showing no mercy to his injured hands is Zakwan Zaidi as he comes down, braking hard and into the tunnel.
It's actually Soichiro's fastest lap time of this weekend as well, 51.0. That's closest he's been to a sub 51 without qualifiers on. So bit of daylight for Yamaha and making the right steps forward.
Yeah, that's for sure. Zakwan comes up into 6th. Andy Farid goes up into 5th. Shono Shimura 4th. But that's a good lap from Soichiro Minamoto. He effectively, let's just watch what Yuki does this time around. Oh.
50.004.
So there we are. We are nudging. Indeed. Oh, that's unfortunate for Zakwan. That won't feel too good as he muscles the bike out of the gravel track. That won't feel too good on his injured hands.
He doesn't look like he's falling, so shouldn't be any damage to his right hand.
Yeah, I'm looking out for that, but yeah, we are right in the face of the 149s now, courtesy of Yuki Kuni. And I was just going to say there that Soichiro Minamoto, who struggled in the 3rd practice session yesterday, I saw him in the paddock later on, and that was a braking problem that hampered him in that final session. Sho Nishimura moves up into 2nd. He's into he joins Yuki Kuni in the 150s. Yuki Kuni looks as though he might not stay in the 150s for too much longer.
Yuki Kuni knocking on the door of a 149. He said he's going to try something new and find the right setup for the race, and he's doing something really impressive already. Yuki, 150.004. I'm just wondering what it's going to be like on qualifying tires. How much lower will the time get?
That's it. Nobody there yet, but we will certainly see 149s from possibly three riders, I'd predict. But I'm not as good at predictions as you are.
Sho Nishimura, he's improved to a 150.797. That's his fastest of this session. His fastest of the weekend is a 50.5. Yeah. Yuki Kuni's coming across the front straight now, and let's see what he does. The 150.1, the consistency of Yuki Kuni.
And that was what we were commenting on yesterday. It's not just the outright one-lap speed, it's the pace that he's got. It's right up there.
And now we follow Hafiz Sharin. He just had to make his way past Pasue Titi Vararak. Previous 2 corners. We've got 30 minutes left in qualifying. I'm just wondering at what point in this session they decide, okay, qualifying rears have to come on. The temperatures should be rising. We're going to get about peak heat around midday.
Yeah, but the conditions are pretty much perfect now, aren't they?
Ideal racing conditions. Ideal for fast lap times.
So this is Hafiz coming up to complete another lap. A 150.7, so that puts him into 2nd. and within 0.8 of a second of Yuki Kuni. That's quite a big gap. But again, I do think that's going to shrink, because Yuki Kuni has come in with such a good setup and the others are still looking to compete. We can see the two TKR BMWs just trundling into the pits. Aslan Shah was the first of those two BMWs to come in. He's on a 151.8, Sho Nishimura on a 150.797, so 1 second between those two BMWs. As we come back with the silky smooth Yuki Kuni, he does often lift the front as he comes about halfway down the straight between turn 14 and the finish line. Often see the front of that Honda come up in the air, so I just wonder if they can dial that down a little bit somehow. That wing on the front that we were admiring yesterday in one of our many little nerdy sessions.
Wow, he's found his personal best, 50.765.
Yeah, that was last time around, and yeah, puts him within 0.8. You can expect that gap to shrink, as we were saying, and there on your screen is Nakarin Atirapuvapat. Nakarin worked hard yesterday, enjoyed himself. He was only 9th quickest on combined times, Nakarin, but he seems to be enjoying this circuit. I haven't had a chance to speak to him since Thursday, but he's a rider who really enjoys riding superbikes, almost like he can't believe his luck, and that's a great attitude to have, and he's a good racer. He's looking at the back of the very quick fellow Honda of Yuki Kuni. Behind them, running a medium front and a soft rear, is Zakwan Zaidi, one of the three great riders in the lineup, enjoyed by Honda Asia Dream Racing. There is Zakwan under the heavy downhill braking. I wonder how that feels on his arms, especially the right one, squeezing the front brake. He looks really good coming through there, really confident. Yeah, but there's confidence in that.
Pretty decent lap from Zakwan. Comes across a 51.669, so he's consistent in that timing bracket.
Yeah, you'd have to think and you always underestimate him at your danger, but you'd have to think it's damage limitation. Let's do 2 races, pick up as many points as possible. The quickest of those 3 Honda Asia Dream Racing. Relaxed, confident little wave there from Hafiz, sitting in the JDT pit box. We were talking earlier about brilliant graphic design and work with colours, then JDT are right up there, no doubt about that.
Like the sign language there from Hafiz was just a little bit of rear sliding on the exits. So confident looking Hafiz is always going to be a fast Hafiz.
Yeah, this looks like race preparation for Zakwan Zaidi, doesn't it? He's out there on his own. He's running a medium front and a soft rear.
He's just done 6 laps in this session. I think it's Andy Fire that's just come out.
Yeah, Yuki Kuni in pit lane. And as ever, busy but calm work being done by the SDG team around that CBR 1000 RRR.
They really run like a well-oiled machine. It's really impressive. They look always relaxed. They never look flustered or stressed.
And I think psychologically that's great for the riders. It just gives them a little oasis they can come into. It's professional, but it's relaxed. They never seem to be in a hurry, never panicking. There is Lachlan Apis. Best time for Lachlan so far, 152.8. So he's still going to be expecting some improvements. They were in the pit with Soichiro Minamoto, no mistaking that, for Yamaha. Here comes Lachlan to do another lap. Doesn't improve, he's still in 12th place. It's a 152.8 for the young Australian. Had a good run. So back in the Yamaha Technique pit there. So Chiro Minamoto prepares to go back out. We haven't seen much of him on camera, nor one. So nicely coming out in unison, Sho Nishimura and Aslan. And Aslan's on green, which means qualifying. Sho Nishimura, did you see the colour? No, I didn't catch it either.
From what I saw, it was a soft rear option for Sho still. So interesting. Aslan, the only rider opting for the qualifying rears currently.
Yeah, still very early in the session. We're not halfway through yet. We've got 23 minutes remaining. That's a nice shot there of Lachlan coming down. What was interesting in that feature that we had with Yuki Kuni was just the extent of the banking. Because I haven't been able to get out on a track walk, I wasn't particularly aware of that, but you could really see it. Other laps completed for Lachlan. Just edges himself up another place above Paswat Tidivararak. For Astimo with Thai Honda, and there is Andy Farid. Andy Farid is the championship leader coming into this round. Worked hard yesterday to get to grips with this circuit. Best time of 151.1. So a little quicker than what he's achieved so far. And there, a really sweeping line through that turn 12, sorry, 13. 12, 13. It's basically a complex as you come back onto the less than half a second, because that just reflects the dominance and the promise for this weekend of Yuki Kuni.
Yeah, Yuki, unbelievable, even on the qualifier. So yeah, that was
Soichiro.
Soichiro. Thought I saw a glimpse of someone in the gravel there, but fortunately for Soichiro, it's not a qualifying tyre, so that's good. He hasn't wasted any mileage on those tyres.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, back here, what are we looking at here, Daniel?
That's an open clutch for JDT, so it looks like an issue there for JDT Racing Team.
Oh, we've got a whole bunch of people looking around at that. Fizz is doing everything he can do to staying focused.
That describes everything.
Yeah, it does, yeah. That is an edgy moment, but he's seen a few in his illustrious career, that's for sure. So this won't faze him too much. He'll just be waiting to get onto the bike, and we still have more than 20 minutes remaining in this ASB 1000 qualifying session.
It is good to see Hafiz in a good spirit. I think he knows he's got decent pace, potential race-winning pace for this Motegi circuit.
Yeah, we've got some. Oh, that lap will be cancelled for Lachlan. He went onto the green there. Lachlan pushing, which is good to see, and he's got plenty of time left. Andy Farid goes to the top. So Andy Farid is the first rider into the 149s, Daniel. 149.918. How about that?
99.18 on the qualifying rears for Andy Farid. So top job there for Andy. Now it's just a matter of the rest of the riders to make their way through. Yuki's on another push, so I'm not sure whether he's on the qualifiers. We didn't see that. Aslan is. Aslan managed a 150.6. So Aslan should get another couple of laps in before those rear tires are cooked.
Yeah, so we're looking at what, an advantage maybe of half a second or something like that.
It seems that way. Andy on the previous sets, he was doing about 150.8. So actually close to a second that he's found.
Yeah, anyway, we're officially into how close will he get to Yuki Kuni, and can he get past him?
His qualifying rears there for Hafiz Shahin. We've got two more really fast riders on fresh qualifying tyres. Hafiz Sharin and Sho Nishimura. Don't forget, Sho Nishimura topped the 3rd practice session. It was fantastic. He was one of the other riders in the 50s. It was the 3 riders that made it into the sub 151s were Hafiz Sharin, Yuki Kuni, and Sho Nishimura. So let's see what Hafiz and Sho can do of their qualifying tires.
Yeah, this is far from done and dusted. Nail-biting stuff as we get into the last 15 minutes of this session. You can see it literally reflected there on. So what have we got? What have we got here?
I certainly hope that's not I think that's Hafiz just trying to get some room. I hope it's not more issues for his bike. But for now, they continue on. This is Nakarin who's come back in.
So that's his best shot for grid position this afternoon. Provisionally, he's P3 on the front of the grid. But I do think Sho Nishimura and Hafiz are going to perhaps upset his plans.
Sho to be confident there as he takes the bike down the hill, flips it into this last few turns here, and a flip to the right. It's that exit that Sho needs to get right, and this is going to be his first. Sorry, it's going to be the start of his flying lap, I believe. Yep, comes across the line. It's the first out lap for him. Let's see what Sho Nishimura can do.
So we need to watch him, and we certainly need to watch JDT's Hafiz. See what they can do as the clock counts down. Most of the other front row contenders have done what they're likely to do in terms of grid position, but there will be a bit of race setup going on.
Oh,
look at that.
Look at him.
We saw him do that yesterday, and he slid down, it looked like about 50 meters yesterday at 45 degrees.
Unbelievable. His control of the bike is really quite remarkable, and it's almost a Moto2 riding style that Sho Nishimura has, that rear just kicking out in that fashion, and he seems to enjoy riding this M1000R in that way, and we haven't seen anyone else really ride it that style. Marcus is very composed, very smooth. Aslan is a bit aggressive, but no one's really slid the rear out the way Sho does, and he's making it really work for him.
Yeah, that's it. Sometimes you can look spectacular and be slow, but that's definitely not the case there. For it coming out.
Sorry, Barry.
Yeah, I was going to say he's going to be in race setup mode, I guess. See what he can do.
And he had his qualifiers on early on. He was one of the first to go out on them.
Yeah, he took provisional pole before getting bumped off by Yuki Kuni. Sho Nishimura, we are under the 150 mark for the top 2 riders so far.
Picking the bike out, that's aggression there. This is a good lap time coming in from Sho Nishimura. He comes across the line. This is going to be closer. 149.4. Sho Nishimura.
Yeah, it goes into second, and that's only 25 thousandths of a second off the best time of Yuki Kuni, and Yuki Kuni has done his best time, we can safely say, for this session.
Could Yuki Kuni's pole position be a threat? But here comes Hafiz Sharin now on qualifying rears, medium fronts. Had issues early on in qualifying there. Set a decent lap time, then they had to fix up his clutch assembly. Here comes Hafiz. This is another decent lap coming in from Hafiz Sharin. Could this be another 49 coming JDT's way? Comes across the line, it's a 50.1. Hafiz provisionally 4th for now.
Yep, but this lap, if all goes to plan, will be faster. So Yuki Kuni just holding on to pole position, provisional pole position by his fingernails from Sho Nishimura. Brilliant young Japanese rider.
It's his second race weekend on a 1000cc bike, and he's performing this well. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, the confidence it takes to ride it, as we were just talking about, just literally drifting it under braking downhill on a banked section of the track.
Sho really putting on a show.
That's it, Daniel. Well done. I'm glad you got that in.
Couldn't resist, because it is so impressive from Sho Nishimura, and here he comes again. This is his second flying lap on the qualifying race. It should be the last few turns for him on this lap, and here he comes. Look at the aggression that Sho carries through this flippy bit. picks the bike up, gets on the gas. This is another good one. This is going to be a 49. I don't know if it's going to be better, but let's see. He comes across the line, 49.467, marginally better than his previous lap.
So he just shaves another 0.002. That was it, but brilliant work from Sho Nishimura, standing rider for Marcus Reiterberger.
Here comes Hafiz Sharin now. He's done a 50.155 on his previous fast lap. This is going to be his second flying lap with qualifying rears. He's really taking it wide, and that carry speed is faster than what Sho is doing, I believe. Hafiz. Will it be enough to take him onto the front row and put Andy Farid down to fourth? He comes across a 50.031, so Hafiz misses out on the front row by just a fraction.
Yeah, this is so tight. This augurs so well for a great race this afternoon, because they really have given it everything. Well, there are almost 9 minutes remaining, and we're with Aslan Shah, who's in race mode with a medium front and a soft rear. And there is Andy Farid, who's provisionally on the front row. It takes something to shift him off that 149.9. Taking a slightly wider, more swooping line out through that section, or flippy bit as you called it earlier, Daniel. I think that's a good technical term we can use for the rest of the weekend.
Just analysing where the Yamas are, because I don't believe Kasma or Soichiro have done the qualifying tyres, and they've just come out to pair them. Kasma 21 minutes in pit lane, that was quite a long rest for him.
Yeah, it was, and there was a brief shot I caught where it looked like he was blowing dust off his leathers, but we didn't see anything.
The only one we saw going off was Soichiro earlier.
Yeah, Soichiro also had quite a long stop earlier, and he went off track.
Now in race mode is Yuki Kuni, Andy, Aslan, Sakwan.
This will be a good moment to watch Yuki Kuni. He's running a soft rear and that medium front.
I think soft rear might just be the right choice for the race, simply because the temperature should be cooling down again. Looking at the forecast, we're looking at 22, 21 degrees Celsius right about race time.
Yeah, just superb conditions for tyres.
Confidence Yuki has in his new bike. This is the best we've seen with Yuki. It's a balance of aggression and just silky smoothness. It's brilliant to see a rider ride in this fashion.
And just to remind ourselves, just 21 years old. Is he 21 yet? Or is it just this year he'll be 21?
I think he turns 21 at the end of the year.
Anyway,
he's
young to be riding a superbike at that rate, so he's still 20.
21 already.
Oh, 21 already, okay.
But still, it's
apart from past him.
Yeah. Nakarin coming out for race mode. That is Zakwan, or is that Nakarin on qualifiers? Yeah, there's Zakwan, 21 of Zakwan Zaidi.
Yeah, race mode. Andy Farid running 151s.
50.4 from Yuki on that time, on that lap. Soichiro comes across on qualifying tyres. Kasma as well. Soichiro goes 5th fastest, pushes Nakarin down into 6th. Kasma goes up into 8th, pushes Zakwan down to 9th. But Zakwan is on qualifying tyres right now as well.
Yeah, saw Zakwan in the pits just a few minutes ago. Yeah, a lot of attention rightly being paid to Yuki Kuni. Now in qualifiers we still have, I believe Lachlan Epis was on qualifying compounds earlier, Soichiro as well, and Kasma and Zakwan. These are 4 riders who are on qualifying compounds. Yuki Kuni now, the silky smooth Yuki. You can see the rear tire is just kicking up. He's just got it under control. He's not too concerned. Soichiro is finding himself behind Yuki, so I think that's a good place for Soichiro to be at. Definitely. It's been a muted session so far until he came out and qualifies for Soichiro. Here he is, P5 provisionally.
So here comes Soichiro down the hill. He's struggled a bit to get the bike down the gears there. 50.078, that's not a bad time at all for Soichiro. Lachlan Epis goes up into 8th, pushes Kasma down to 9th. Kasma's going to have to respond to that. Here comes Soichiro for his qualifying tire lap, and that is actually a really good exit through the last bit. This should be a 49 from Soichiro Minamimoto. He comes across 49.916. He puts Andy Farah down into 4th, so Soichiro provisionally on the front row of the grid.
Brilliant stuff from Soichiro Minamimoto.
It's an all-Japanese front row right now for Motegi provisionally. We still have Zakon Zaidi, who's on qualifying compound. He's found himself behind Nakarin, I think that was.
Yeah, that 150.77, that was set. That was his first flying lap on qualifiers for Zakwan.
Zakwan here is going to get a bit of dirty air behind Nakarin, but will give him a bit more speed coming through.
Nakarin, who of course has been out in qualifiers, is currently P6. Zakwan, who's on his qualifiers now, is just behind his teammate, and that air does look dirty. You could see the wobble there at the front of Zakwan's machine.
Seems to get out Zakwan's way for this portion. Nakarin still managing to keep Zakwan at bay for now, so Zakwan there, you can see he's just trying to get through and get a clean lap, but I don't think Nakarin really knows that it's Zakwan behind him on a hot one.
That's what I was going to say. I don't think he's aware who's behind him. So he's just doing his own thing, but Zakwan desperate to get past.
Oh yeah, you can see he's having to lift off certain portions, but still a decent lap from Zakwan Zaidi. I think it will still be an improvement.
Trying so hard as they go through.
Yeah, I can see the emotions there from Zakwan. He's not too happy with that.
Okada-san looking on. He could see what we could see then. And yeah, a bit of frustration there, because every lap hurts for Zakwan Zaidi. He doesn't really want to waste one.
Just looking at Yuki's consistency of 50.2 again. He's been lapping in the low 50s non-stop. Is the Panigale V4 from Hafiz Shine and GDT Racing Team.
Yep, looks like they're done. 2 minutes until the checkered flag is waved. So Hafiz start from row 2. So let's see how well he can get that Captain Panigale away. There's Andy Farid, who got bumped down just a few minutes ago from the first row to lead the second row provisionally. Minamimoto, he can be very pleased with that. His teammate Kasma Daniel, best time of 151.2. So a good way down on his teammate, 1 second down on his teammate. So we're just willing them to solve the puzzle in that Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia for Kasma, because we know he's capable of running at the absolute front of this field. There on your screen is Jiang Qi-ying, the rider from Taipei, aboard the A-Racer machine. A lot of test work being done on that, and it's great to see them on this grid. Yuki Koenig completes another lap. That was a 151.3. He'll get one more. As well as being the fastest, he's been the busiest rider as well. That was his 15th time around in this 40-minute session. And just coming out of pit lane now as the checkered flag is waved, so they'll be making their way around to turn 10, I assume, to do some practice starts. few riders coming out there. But Yuki Kuni by 0.023 of a second is the fastest rider. There's nobody out on track going at sufficient speed to take that away from him. So first pole position for Yuki Kuni in ASB 1000. He's kept himself in championship contention this year. His finishes in the first 3 races this year were consistent, 4th, 4th and 4th. So that means that a good weekend this time around will put him right up in contention. So he's got 39 points. On top is Andy Farid with 65. So we will see some patterns emerging as Yuki completes his final lap this time around. That was a 150.6, so really good race pace. I guess the race paces we're going to see around the 151 mark. And Yuki Kuni looking good in from whichever way you look, in terms of his 1 lap speed, his pace, and his demeanour, it has to be said, here at Motegi, the scene of his first ever 1000cc win back in April when he won the All Japan Stock 1000 race. And there it is confirmed, it was a 149.444 for Yuki Kuni and SDG Team Hark Pro Honda. And second was the brilliant Sho Nishimura for TKKR BMW. He will start from the middle of the front row this afternoon. And Soichiro Minamoto with that brilliant late lap on qualifiers will also start from the front row, complete the front row. Andy Farid is the half bumped down by Soichiro late in the session, will start 4th. 5th next to him, Hafiz Sharin, who sat out half that session with what looked to be clutch issues. Nakarin Atirapuvapat will start from 6th. 7th Adlan Shah, 8th Zakwan Zaidi, 9th Lachlan Epis for Evolution Sports with a best lap of 151.2. Kazma Daniel for Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia, 151.2 as well for him. Paswit Titiwara for Asimo S1 Racing with Thai Honda. Shota Yokoyama for Agura Clutch and Nitro Racing. Also in the 151s, Chang Chi Ying for A Racer Speed Tech, 156.5. Osama Murray for Victor Racing Team, 156.5. And Zhou Yu Zhou for Savitar ESG Team Asia. His best time was 2 minutes 02.4. So as we get our breath back from that and take a nice long look across the gravel trap from the back of the circuit, that fantastic sweeping section. And out of pit lane comes the truck. As we just wait, we'll take another look at what happened there in that session. And with the flip of the lid, Hafiz Sharin went out to begin this 40-minute qualifying session. And Yuki Kuni was right on it from the start. Going there, 10 or 12 minutes into the session for Zakwan Zaidi. But he got back on the bike and went about his business, completing 16 laps, which is an incredible show of resilience for him struggling with broken hands. So Soichiro Minamoto had his session interrupted by an excursion into the gravel, and there was Sho Nishimura, who's really made an impression this weekend, being tracked by his teammate Aslan Shah, who's won more ARRC championships than you can shake a stick at. And after a long wait in pit lane, out came Hafiz Sharin on qualifying tyres. Have a final attack, and this rider was in attack mode. Sho Nishimura, he came out and got really close to Yuki Kuni with a time of 149.46 second, within 23 hundredths of Yuki Kuni's pole winning time. There was Hafiz. He pushed hard after that long break. And the remainder of the session for Andy Farid, who was provisionally on the front row at this stage, was done in race mode. So good work, good pace from Andy Farid. We know what a good racer he is, so we'll see what happens this afternoon. but then it was Soichiro and Minamoto on the qualifying tyre who would come through and snatch the front row starting position away from Andy. Yuki Kuni, after bagging the front row, came out on race mode, but he will start from pole position this afternoon, joined by Sho Nishimura and Soichiro. And Daniel is down in pit lane, waiting to speak, we hope, to Yuki Kuni. But while we look at that, let's remind ourselves of the championship positions. It is Andy Farid Izdihar leading with 65 points. And he is ahead of Aslan Shah and Hafiz Sharin, who missed DNF'd in the first race in Buriram. Came through second place in the second race and then won last time out in the single race that we had in Zhuhai. So a very clear pattern of progression there for JDT Racing Team. Next up in P4 is Yuki Kuni. He's had those 3 fourth places, as I mentioned earlier. So that puts him in contention. He's on 39 points compared to Andy's 65. Next up is Nakarin. Then Zakwan Zaidi, who missed Zhuhai with injury, 2 really nasty hand injuries that kept him out of the race, but he's back just 6 or 7 weeks later, and he hasn't been shortening his sessions at all. Nobody did more laps around the circuit in qualifying than he did. So brilliant stuff. We know how resilient and how courageous and how aggressive Zakwan can be. And Soichiro Minamoto, who's been doing an absolutely brilliant job in qualifying just now. He will start from the front row. He's currently 7th on 25 points. And then we've got Lachlan Epis, who is continuing to make progress in 8th. And Daniel is ready for us, so let's go down to Daniel, who is in the SDG pit.
So Yuki, first of all, congratulations, a fantastic qualifying result. You did quite a lot of laps there, as you mentioned to me earlier, that you were looking for the race setup as well. But ultimately, it was that 149.4 that took you straight to the top. How was it out there?
So, first of all, I'm very happy to my first time in the pole position for the qualifying. The team, great job, and team always hard work for me. So I'm very happy. And today the qualifying, which is I am for confidence for the lap time. Then also we working for the today race 1. So we could acquire good for some setting for the race. So we are also confident on the race.
Thank you so much, Yuki. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you in race 1.
Thank you.
And with those words from Yuki Kuni, which backed up everything that we've seen for ourselves in terms of his race pace and expectations for this afternoon, that brings us to the end of Saturday morning qualifying. Thank you for staying with us. We will be back at 1 o'clock when we'll start race 1, and the first race away will be the TVs Asia 1 make, where we can see a real challenge to Hiroki Ono coming up from one of his young countrymen, and all sorts of battles going on behind them for championship position. So we will be with you back again at 1 o'clock, and I'm also delighted to say that in the house is the voice of ARRC, the mighty maestro of the microphones, Des Corkill. He'll be with us for race 1 this afternoon. So join us then. You are at Mobility Resort Motegi for round 3 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We'll see you soon.
Idemitsu IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. Idemitsu IFG7.